unlived. Oh my god. YBZ, my throat is actually killing me. I don't remember screaming that loud. Oh, that's a dumpster. I don't remember screaming that loud, but I broke a nail. Shit. Maybe I have to go this way. Bye-bye. I finally threw away this stupid doll. Finally, I've had it for like 2 minutes. Come home. Oh my god. Tell me it's your demon, man. He's got a link in the basement. Yeah, it's called My Butt's Leaking. Oh my god, can you not meow at a time like this? God. I feel like everybody's got like a little bit of gay in them. If you don't have a little bit of gay, do you want to have a little bit of gay in you? Alright, no, stay here, baby boy.
What in the sweet hells were you thinking? Activating that lot? I was right there! God! Do you have any idea how much that hurt?
No, because I actually made it out of there, Astarion. I'll be more careful. I have a puppy who keeps licking my fingers. Oh, I see my finger in your mouth. Beep, 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 beep. Where are your teeth? Where are your teeth? You don't have any teeth. Aya, please. Where are your teeth? Go ahead. I've seen all.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. Very spicy.
I don't know where she is.
Oh my god.
No,
Oh, they're so spicy.
Wait, I'm trying to get her off the hook.
Okay, I'll go with
See
you.
her? I can't see.
I don't
Oh,
see
it's
her.
really spicy.
Stop.
I'm behind you guys.
I know where she is.
Oh.
Wait, behind.
Oh my
behind.
god. That jelly bean's really spicy.
Downstairs.
You have a jelly?
Yeah.
What is going on this round?
So close.
I'm sorry.
Ahoy! Happy Wednesday. I almost said Monday, and you guys would have been super confused. Okay. Hi, everybody! Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Give me some space, brother. Who is first? Shabby first. Zombie not first. Shabby. Mwah. English. Mwah. Danger Dan. Mwah. Rye. No. Rin. Oh, you told me how to pronounce her name last time. Was it Rye or was it Rin? I don't remember. Fudge. Mwah. Capricorn. Mwah. Salted Loki. Mwah. Spades with the 200 stream streak. It was Rin. Thank you. Hi, Rin. Spades, thank you so much for the 200 stream streak. Rooster, caca! Mwah! Shabby with the 70 stream streak. What the fudgies? What's up, Royal Tiger? Grr. Happy Wednesday. Sweat. YBZ! YBZ, mwah. Thank you for your 344th Gussie. Cheese and rice. Hello. Hello, Panda Pants. Guys, how's the music? Is the music too loud or is it okay? Like, level-wise. Ren! Ren, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I really appreciate that. That really does mean a lot. Thanks for the hugs, guys. Hugs for anybody who needs it. If you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double and give to next person. Someone else weigh in. Yeah, someone who's not partially deaf. Let me know. Saucy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you guys so much. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. We're going to play some DBD today. And then we have a sponsored thing with Minecraft. So I'm gonna play Minecraft for the first time on this PC. So, yippee. That's exciting. Slacker. Oh, you know what? You know what I finally got in? I totally forgot that I got the Unk, but it's actually filled. It's not the glamour tub that's empty. So I finally get to have some lemon lime in my life. If you guys don't know, I have been drinking G Fuel for a long time, over 10 years. And I know, am I right? And there were 3 flavors back in my day. There were only 3 flavors. And it was lemon lime, fruit punch, and blue ice. And lemon lime was my second favorite flavor. And I'm so happy to have this. And in the 2.0 formula. So I'm super excited. Super excited. Drink every time, take a G Fuel shot every time Pixel says, I'm super excited. But I am super excited. We're gonna be drinking it in our Halloween shaker. And we also got Scoop Luck. So, you know it's gonna be a good day today. Because we have Scoop Luck. G Fuel Marks? But wait, that kind of works with the lemon lime flavor. Did anybody else get the Unk? Like, I do know that it just released because it is the April Fool's flavor. But I'm curious if anybody got it. What's up, Little Gone? Yeah, I wanted to go live on YouTube today. I am live on YouTube, by the way. And there are no ads on the YouTube stream, by the way. So if you guys want to watch the stream without any ads, we're live on YouTube. 1/3 to 1/2 of the mod squad. Oh, that tastes so good. What's up, Atticus? I think it's new vid. Spades, try new vid. What's up, Microwave Spork? Hello, lovely. Hydrate, you fools. Navetti! New Void. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Spades. What's up, Mutant Possession? Pain to Pants. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Also, Microwave Spork. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kiss. Be right back. No problemo. No problemo. Did I get this last stream too? Oh, did you? I don't know. I don't remember. I feel like you did, didn't you? Alright. So this is gonna be my first time trying Lemon Lime 2.0. But it's my first time having Lemon Lime back since it was either in its little packets or in the black tub back when it was Gamma Labs. So I'm so excited. I should have worn my fanny pack. Oh, hold on. Excuse me, Jasper. Hold on. We have to really complete the look. My tube socks are upstairs. You guys mind? The tube socks are upstairs. Oh! Spades, if you do that, that would be so hot, but also it's no problem. Alright. Alright, we got the... Should I wear it right here? Is this more unk? Crotch pack? Oh, that doesn't sound right. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, now we can try it. Oh! Oh, I feel like I'm in my first apartment again. Oh, I just started drooling. Sorry, salivating. Oh my god. Oh, I miss this flavor. There's a lemon limelight flavor for the hydration formula, the new hydration formula. It's good. It's really good. I do enjoy it. But it's not like, it's not lemon lime, you know? It's not the lemon lime. I'm so confused because Swirl's already following you. Oh my god, Danny. Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by Twitch unfollowing you from people. Listen, you are so Gucci. And even if people do unfollow, I'm not saying you do, but I'm just saying if anybody does unfollow and then they refollow, I don't care. You guys are good. You guys don't even have to be following me to enjoy this content. This content is free. Unless there's an ad playing. Sorry. But I appreciate you guys being here. And hey, Danny, welcome in. Can I join in DBD, please? I'm not sure if I want to do open lobbies today. I'm not sure. I could potentially be coerced, but I'm not sure. Oh, I'm still recording, by the way. Guys, use code KITTEN. Get your unk on! Sorry. Alright, there we go. There's my recording for the video. I'm gonna join the Panda team. Oh, are you talking about Space Panda? Space Panda! I did take a gummy the other day. Oh, it was nice. It was nice. Sushi guy. Mwah. Supernova. Mwah. Wait, did I miss anybody's kisses? Willie. Mwah. Bravo penguin. Mwah. Everyone say hello, princess. Oh, really, little gun? Well, hey, that's right. Most of the chat happens in the Twitch streams anyway. So, but hey, thanks for checking out the YouTube. Hello, princess. You just took an edible? Did you take an 8 or 9? I'm a 9, Danny. If I want to go to bed, I'll take an 8. But if I want to be like a silly goofy goober and I want to stay awake, I'll take a 9. What about you guys? For anyone who partakes in gummies. Spades. Mwah. Leon's moons. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. Panda paws! Mwah. Think of the forehead goosies. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. Hello, princess! Oh, English, you're so good. Gummies that don't affect me? Really? That would make me sad, too. 9's your go-to? Hell yeah. Lurk, I hope you're well. I appreciate that. I'm doing okay. I actually just tweeted out that I've been having some really bad PTSD episodes this week, and I think I have an idea. I have two ideas as to why my PTSD is spiking this week. I'm not gonna say them because, like, here, internet, here are my triggers for my post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm not gonna share what some of the things I know that are triggering it, but it is a shame and it's annoying that it's being triggered. So it's fine. Part of the reason why I took an edible the other day. Yippee! It's like how you never want to tell the internet, like, what your deepest, darkest fear is. I will never tell the internet what my deepest, darkest fear is, because you just don't, there's some information you don't want out there. What's up, Castiel? Chloe. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. No way, Panda Pants! No, not sure what to choose for dinner? I don't know, you make such good stuff, though, Panda Pants. But did you die? My thoughts are with you. Oh, Panda Paws, what the fudgies? Thank you so much. Oh, I was like, Charlie's right here. What is touching my arm? It was Jasper. Spoiler alert. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, what's up, Faye boy? Ooh, almost 100 kissies. Really? Royal Tiger. Listen, hugs. Literally hugs for everybody. Unless you guys don't want it, you guys can definitely get to next person. But big ol' hugs for everybody who is publicly or privately struggling. You're not alone. You are not alone. Sucks, man. The world's crazy right now. Is hot. My deepest, darkest fear is a hot, gothy girl kissing me. Oh, no. What is it that you attract what you fear? Oh, God. $1 million bajillion. Oh, world peace. Oh, 1 million bunnies and puppies and kitties. Oh. Well, I guess 1 million would be kind of scary, wouldn't it? But you know what I mean? But kinda, cause gay panic. Real. Spades, were you able to change the got D? It is no problem. You did! I love it. Lemon like, ook! Thank you. Thank you so much. I love it. Hi, Mom! Otaku. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. My deepest fear last week. No! I'm so sorry. Was it a spider? I've had spiders. Like, so I have, Kamoso dice, oh, did I just smudge my lipstick? Are we good? Okay, we're good. I have, like, I guess you could say classroom ceiling tiles in my basement. Can I help you, my child? But I don't know. If you guys have ever looked up at a classroom, they're, like, staggered, and you could, like, push them up and, like, move them. And they're, like, in the tiles in between that holds them up, where you can, like, move them. There's this one right here. So I sit right here, right? And if I look up, there's a divider right here, and that's where the spiders like to come down, right here. 3 times since I've lived here, they have dropped down right here in front of my face. 2 has happened while I was live. 1 happened while I wasn't live, and they just dropped down. Right here, right here. Oh, awful. And we're coming into spider season soon, so I'm not very excited for that. Gender fluid druid. Mwah. Lily of the Graves. Mwah. Thank you guys for the forehead kisses. PTSD, ADHD, and high function depression, I feel like is some of the worst combos. Yeah, what did I get diagnosed with? back in, what was it, 2021? What was it? Depression, PTSD, and then the AAA, anxiety, ADHD, and autism. All three, all five of those. Ma, pick a struggle. It's deep sea. No, I don't have. I feel you on the deep sea. It's like, I that's not my biggest, darkest, deepest fear. But if someone were to drop me in the middle of the ocean right now, I'd also be really uncomfortable. But yeah, is it called a drop ceiling? The jumping spot? Ugh. No, I don't like any spiders. Like, I don't know, man. If you have more than 4 legs, I'm not trying to, like, hate on any people with more than 4 legs, but if you have more than 4 legs, and if you're small, if you're, like, a tiny thing with more than 4 legs, it scares me. Like, I would rather, like, have a spider that's, like, this big in my house than, like, a bunch of little spiders that are this big, because if I turn away and this spider is, like, on my wall, I can go and get, like, a shotgun or a flamethrower or, you know, like something, and it'll still be there. If there's, like, a little spider hanging out and I go to, like, grab a shoe and I come back around, it's gone. Mice are cool. Mice are great, Sushi Guy. I love mice. I used to have pet mice. Their names were Arwen and Aowen. And they were so good. They were so cute. They pooped everywhere. But, you know, I guess they had a healthy diet. If I've missed anyone's message, I'm so sorry. I love moths. Moths are cool. Butterflies are cool. Bees are cool. Wasps, I'm gonna stop you there. Yeah, I love bumblebees. And spray the ashes with yeah. Yeah, you know who doesn't like moths? Ben Pepsi. Oh, poor Ben Pepsi. He hates moths. Oh, he hates them so much. Oh, I like grasshoppers. Grasshoppers are cool. Grasshoppers and crickets, those are cool. Used to collect them. Dragonflies are cool. Although I did have a dragonfly bite me once in Florida, and that really hurt, actually. But who knew that dragonflies had big old mouths that will chomp you? Didn't know that. Found that out really quickly. Bit this finger. Just crawls down from. Oh, no, you can double that and give the next person Chloe, actually. I knocked a spider off my desk at work, and when it hit the floor, it burnt. Okay, alright. So, anyways, look at this dog. Wow. Can I have your paw? Can I have your paw? Thank you. Wow. So, anyways, I'm not reading the rest of that. I'm so sorry. Oh, you know what? My brother used to have a chameleon. And we used to have to go to PetSmart and buy, like, a dozen of crickets. And I would watch them eat the crickets. It was really sad, actually. I put my bike hand on the Wasp Hive. Oh! Well, I'm sure it was an accident, right? Be right back. Oh, God! Wait, who said they had a tattoo of moths? I missed that. Oh, that's right! Bravo! Do you have it finished yet? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Salted Loki. I have encountered some very suicidal dragonflies. 100 a week? Okay, this is gonna be a really weird question. Has anyone ever had, like, eaten one of those, you know, they used to sell them at Spencer's. They're like candied or dried grasshoppers or crickets or mealworms. Has anyone had those before? Did you? Okay, hold on, I'm gonna check Snap. In the new update, there's this flying creature that looks like a dragon, and I can't get closer. But you can tame it, though, right? You have a death set. You know what? I just watched, Lily, for the very first time, Sounds of the Lambs. Sounds of the Lambs. So I got to see Death's Head Moth in that movie. Wait, are you saying hell no to the bugs? Has anyone had them? You've had them. So, Danny, what did you have? A cricket, a grasshopper, or a mealworm? Or all of them? You want it so bad? We'll get it. Chirps chips, they're made from ground crickets. Really? Have you had them, Panda Pants? Sweetie! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You've had spiders? No, you haven't. You know, I used to be a really big fan of Survivor, and I could not, like, those challenges where they have to, like, eat things. What the fudge? I saw your whoops before. Happy birthday! Whose birthday is it? It's almost my half birthday.
far from my home, a longing
That's
that
rude.
I'll
Shmee, let me know what color pussycat you like. If you'd like a pink, orange, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple pussy. Wait, hold on. Hold on. There should be a salmon one too. Aha. Is this the salmon? Or salmon? Whatever your favorite is. Let's see. I kind of want a green one. Do we have a green one? We don't have a green one yet. Okay, I'm going to do green. Thank you for the 5 gifted subbies, Tombst, Dairy Dan, I Will Lose First, Elusive Phoenix, Bad Boot, and Witchy Queen. Seriously, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. You did not have to do that. That is way too nice. Did you say happy Twitch birthday? Oh, thank you! My Twitch partner anniversary was Sunday, but we're going to celebrate it this weekend. Thank you so much. But yeah, when I watch Survivor, I get to those challenges where they have to eat all these like random things and these live bugs and spiders, and it's just like, I don't know if I could eat that. I love Chapu Lines tacos. Grasshopper. I would eat a grasshopper. I think I would eat a grasshopper. I think I would eat a cricket. I don't think I could eat a spider. I think I could eat like a centipede or a mealworm. I think I could. I don't know if I could eat a live one though. Like those really like the ones that you've seen in Survivor, like those big grubs like they eat in Lion King. I don't think I could eat that. Baya, mwah, Alice with the big booty. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. All I do is clean spider webs. Oh, I hate walking out my front door and I have to walk with my hand like this in front of my face because when it's spider season, I have to walk out my front door like this so that the spider webs will get on my hand instead of my face because oh my god, I'm so tired of walking out and then having like spider webs on my face. I hate it. So I have to walk out like this. Tell us your favorite pussy cut. Shut up. Also, Shmee. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Reaper Bunny. Thank you for the forehead kissy. You said something. Hold on. I'm not reading this out loud because I'm going to cry. Reaper Bunny, say something nice one more time. Mods, if Reaper Bunny says something nice one more time, ban her. I'm joking. But thank you so much. That's really sweet. I need to hear that today, but also I don't want to hear it today. You know, I need to hear it, but I don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? Alice, thank you for the 5-star rave strike. They have cricket tacos. I would eat that. I would totally eat that. Yeah, exactly, Royal Tiger. Like, cook it first. What the fudgies is happening? Get gifted! What the hell, Yonsei? Shmee! Thank you for gifting us up to Ripper Bunny! Get gifted, you kind person. Oh, you're gonna get slutty Nala Lion King fuck me eyes. Because I guess that's what I'm in the mood for today. Shout out to Nala from the Lion King. You guys know that scene. You know that scene, right? Hi, Kyle! I've eaten cricket chips before. Okay, so when I hear cricket chips, I'm thinking they're crickets mixed with chips. And I'm sure that's not it. Is it like cooked, like air fried crickets? Is that what I'm thinking? Sunny, mwah. Kyle, mwah. Kitty Corn, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Oh, should we take a shot? Should we do a shot for Shmee's 6 gifted subbies? I want you to see the fuck me eyes. Look at that. Look at that. That cat's like, oh, you know what I can reference because I've finally seen Silence of the Lambs? Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. See, I can quote that now because I've seen the movie. Look at me. Look at me. What a cutie. Almost cute as you are. You're hanging out right underneath Jinx and right next to War. Oh my god, I forgot I made War's face so super tiny. That's so funny. It puts the lotion on the skin or else it gets the hose again. I understand these references now. Can I make a quick request? And is it okay if I use it for something? Could you say, okay, hold on. No, nah, it's not organic. So it's like, Shmee! Is that how we do it? Oh, I probably should have like put space in between if you're gonna like capture this moment. Shmee! Is that it? All right, cut. Is that it? I don't know. I don't know. How do I do it? Is it how I do it? Perfect? I was like, I don't know. I have all these, like, mouthisms and verbalisms that I do, but I can't do it on command. It has to be, like, in the moment, you know? I don't, and sometimes I don't remember how to do it. Hello, Clarice. Are the lambs still screaming? You know what? I know that reference now. And now I know why it's called the Silence of the Lambs. Dangos! Dangos, mwah, awesome boy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to read. No one told me. What the mouthisms do. Happy birthday, Pumpkin! Alright, if you guys don't say happy birthday to Pumpkin _0904 right now, mods, ban them. Pumpkin! Mwah! Birthday kissies. I hope you're having the best birthday right now. I'm not going to ask you what you did today. If you pay me, really? I feel like I would eat one cooked. I feel like I would, Chloe. Happy birthday! I'm so glad we got to say happy birthday. I am hoping that you're having a good birthday so far. Maybe you had like a cookie or a cupcake or even a cake. In a large and in charge, chunky yet funky voice. Huh? You're so damn cute. I have never been cute a day in my life. Dangos with the 90s stream streak? Carefully, if you get 100, you get modded. I'm joking. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. I'm sorry. Happy birthday, Pumpkin. My audio. It's broken. Not a Latrice Royal fan, I see. Me? Oh, I don't know who that is. But based on context clues, are they a comedian? I'm sorry, Dangos. I'm sorry. I swear to God, I'm joking. Alright. Can someone redeem dog treats or treats so I can give a treat to this goddamn animal that won't leave me alone? Oh, you're only an hour in! But it can't get any worse. Listen, hugs. Hugs. Hugs if you want. If you guys don't want, you guys can tell me to get to the next person. Drag. Oh! Is it RuPaul's Drag Race? I've never seen it. The only RuPaul's Drag Race I've seen is, are like clips on TikTok. 8 minutes on CD. What does that mean? Oh, Alice did treats earlier? See, this is why Alice is my favorite. It's why I keep her around. Thank you, Lansbones. It's on cooldown because Alice already did it and I already missed it. Thank you, Alice. Say thank you, Alice. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean like tease you. Sorry. 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 Come here. You gonna work for it? You're gonna make me throw it to you? Oh, right in the nose. Oh, that was a big thud. Oh, that's all right. There's nothing in his head. It's fine. Oh, well, that's all right. I'm your mother now. Did you clean your room? Did you make your bed? Did you brush your teeth? What's up, Shinobi? Hello. Is that worth the Paramount subscription here? Oh, is that how you could watch it? Oh, with frog legs? Ooh, you know what? I think I might have had a frog leg before. Just one. When I was in Florida. I think I have. I love Boo. Do you want him? I'm switching to peanut. Yeah. Head empty. Just treat. Yeah. That's Boo. Head is completely empty. Pumpkin! Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. What the fudgies? Oh, we gotta do a shot. All right. We're gonna do a shot for the 5 gifted subbies because I can. Shmee! If you're still here, see, now I know, because I just did it. Yeah, okay. Shmee! If you're still here, vodka, rum, whiskey, malort, or the biggie balls. There's a line for Boo. Wait, what line? Oh, really, Shinobi? Whoa, what'd they do? Dealer's choice? We'll do some rum. Yeah, we'll do rum. So fun fact, because of my PTSD episodes, I have been breaking out in hives because my body is like literally shutting down from all this PTSD. It's been a really rough week, and I'm like, maybe I shouldn't, which is why I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt today, even though it's like 70 degrees out, because like I have like, oh, it's so bad. My body's just like, Pixel, we're gonna kill you. It's like, not if I kill me first. So anyways, I'm joking. So anyways, we're gonna take a shot of rum. Sorry. Oh, stretch, Bree. Breed, I got you. Jasper, you can have Jasper. No, Shinobi, that sucks. Oh, you asked people wanted him? Yeah, I do it a lot. Skinner! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. And I got my titty shot glass right here. I have my Jägermeister shot glass right here. And now I think of you when I see this because I know you got that Jaeger. Gotta believe it. Is that Kraken? It is Kraken! 1.75. Let's go. Jinx! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See, all right, I'm gonna take a shot, then we'll stretch. I'll see if we can get a back crack. I actually almost cracked my back earlier. I was like, wait, let's save it for stream. Maybe we can get a good, juicy back crack. Oh, really? Oh my god, little gun. High five. Trauma bond, PTSD bonding. Let's go. Yeah, you can keep your Meister Jaeger. Disgusting. Thank you so much for the 5 good subs. What the fudge? Oh, that's liquor. I'm gonna go with my Super Mario Galaxy water. Wow! Yahoo! So anyways. Oh, I love the song. I found the song on TikTok. Water. Yeah! Water! You wanna fight? Yahoo! Yeah! Yahoo! Wah! Oh, that was kind of good. It was kind of good, right? Let's finish it with the Lushel. There you go. Wah! Yahoo! I'm not gonna lie. The big ol' wah is a big verbal stim for me. Liquor, I hardly knew her. Old Spice body wash. Really? Did you really? Does it smell good? But I think he wants his nose and eyes. Yeah, he's not a good fighter. Like, he thinks he's a good fighter. But he only fights against dogs, like Charlie. Who, yeah, Charlie will bite him if he's, like, pissing him off. But in the end of the day, Charlie's not actually, like, you know, gonna hurt him, you know? Because you're brothers, whether you like it or not. I did make you become a brother. Charlie's one of those dogs, he preferred to be an only child, but I adopted one anyway, so. Yikes! What's up, Parrot? Parrot, happy Wednesday. Really? Oh, I love that. I love that. All of I love bubbly. I actually drink bubbly all the time, but my dad spotted, what was it, like a bunch of packs of Super Mario Galaxy while we were grocery shopping a couple weeks ago, and I got, I think, 3 packs that day. And then he went out grocery shopping again, and he saw more flavors, and he got these for me. So shout out to Pixel Dad for that bubbly. What's up? Use this one word. Sup? I am so invested on if you do what your username says, because I'm so invested in this. But welcome in. I've tried those flavors. The bubbly, so this is just, they have like just regular blackberry. There's a lime one that I'm almost finished with. And then, I'm trying to remember, there's this something vanilla flavor. And I'm not like the most super vanilla flavored enjoyer person, but there's this one, it's upstairs. I have 1 can left. It's in my refrigerator right now. And I don't want to drink this last can, because if I drink it, it's gone, because it's the last one that I have. But it's something in vanilla, and it's so good. Oh my god! Please eat. Please eat. I'm feeling a bit comatose today. So I'm having you on a second monitor while I try to continue working before you. Well, I'm glad to help, Royal Tiger. Also, welcome in, Raiders. Oh, you have the breast timing. Oh my god, Winnie the Pooh. Oh, you were so hot. an ad literally just finished. I'm so happy because usually I have the worst timing with ads, Winnie, where an ad will play like as soon as we get rated, and it's just like, oh, a poo, Bray! What's up, Brayist? Welcome in. What's up, Skull Fenrir? Welcome in. Ah, is it Winnie the Pooh? Oh my god. Why does it say I'm not following you? Hold on. Hold on, is that just a glitch? Hold on. I'm gonna be so mad. Alright, Winnie, do me a favor. Don't look at your... Okay, I was literally just bitching about this because someone came in the chat. They're like, no, I swear I followed you. Everybody was like, raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by Twitch unfollowing you from people. Well, it explains why I don't see Winnie go live anymore. Winnie, I'm so sorry. Okay, now we need like 1 million people to go follow Winnie because apparently Twitch unfollowed me from her. Winnie, I hope you had the best stream ever. How was your stream? Welcome in, Glum Bug FL. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in! My name is PixelxKitten. We're doing some DBD. Oh, actually, I'm just yapping right now. Talking about my Super Mario Galaxy Bubbly. And we're going to do some DBD, and then we're going to do that Minecraft stream that everybody and their mother got a sponsor for, so I'm so excited for that. How was your stream? Everybody go follow Winnie. Winnie is literally so hot, so tall, so talented, very funny. Like, emphasis on hot, by the way. I hope you had the best stream ever. Welcome in. It's honestly, I saw that the heart wasn't filled in during the shout-out and was like, hold on, T.O. Hold on. Oh my god! Oh, me on Monday, Winnie. Please go take care of yourself. If anyone needs to go raid and run and get your post-stream self-care, please do so. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. Oh, that's Boo! Do you want to say hello too? It's okay. Don't be shy. Come here. Oh, Charlie, why the hell are you being shy? Come here. It's because he knows I want it. Oh, this is Charlie. So here's 100% of my dog population that I have here, and hold on. Excuse me, honey. Excuse me. And here's 33% of my cat population. He does not like being picked up. That's the off-camera scream. That wasn't me. That was Jasper. That's the off-camera scream. Listen, he doesn't like being picked up. But this is Jasper. There's also 2 other cats that you guys will never see because they like to hide upstairs. Escape! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissies. Everyone go follow Winnie. I hope you feel... better. Oh! Winnie, you were so sweet. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I love you so much. Oh, someone asked me if I'm doing open lobbies. Me! I haven't decided yet. I could potentially be coerced to open lobbies if that is what people want. The snort laugh. I've never snorted in my life.
Hello.
Hello! Thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. My little nutmeg! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Do you guys want a raid trailer? I don't know if Raven's here yet, so we'll do this one. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. Pixel! Pixel! It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Thanks for the raid. But yeah. I suppose I could be coerced into doing some open lobbies. I suppose. Went great, and now I have to measure my weight and height before I get.
Wow, over
No
2
way!
years.
Oh.
My sub is now a toddler. Can't wait to continue to watch your streams. PixelxKitten Kiss.
First of all, can we get some hype for Jinx for their? I don't want to say out loud what it's for, but just good vibes. Good vibes are Jinx. We're so happy for them. Jinx, I'm so happy for you. I'm very, very, very happy for you. And my little nutmeg, thank you for the 25 monthlies. You say your sub is now Tyler. I know. Sorry, my stream lags when I open up DBD. Ignore that. It's me. It's not you. It's me. It's just my my stream lags when I open up DBD. Give it a second. It'll be good. Oh, thanks, Lily. I haven't made a new one in a while, so I'm glad you like this one. But thank you so much for the 25 monthlies. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Also, would you just, wait, I've eaten an entire tub of ice cream? Are we happy about the ice cream? Are we not happy about the ice cream? Because you know what? Sometimes you deserve to eat a whole tub of ice cream. It's your birthday. You can do what you want to. 20 gifted. We open the lobbies. Kyle, no. Wait! Did I see Music Kid come in chat and I totally ignored them? I totally Donald-walled them? I think I said hello. If I didn't, I said hello in my head. Fudge. I may have said hello in my head. Because I remember I was going down to grab the liquor and I saw his name. Okay, Shinobi, that was a joke. No! Shinobi! It was good ice cream. What flavor? Oh, I'm proud of you, Chloe. Very proud / happy for you. Shinobi, what the fudgy? Fudge? No, Winnie! No! I'm gonna open up the lobby right now. I'm gonna open up the lobby right now. There we go. There we go. Heck, you guys! Oh my god, Shinobi, thank you for the 5 gifted subbies, 2,000 lives, Jazam, Oak Trees, Emmy, and Lobselvith. Thank you so much. Guys, enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge.
Hello?
Shinobi, let me know what color pussy you like. If you'd like a pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Bye, little gun. Enjoy your lucky turkey, love. Jinx, thank you for the gifted subbies. What the fudgies? The one no one ever picks. I don't have a yellow. So we're doing a yellow. Hello, thank you for the 30 bits. All right, somebody punish Winnie. Somebody punish her. Okay, what's happening? What is happening? Thank you for the 100 bits. What the fudgies? Oh my god, a rando got mad at me in game last night because he got told I was apparently useless Ada. Oh, wait, remember when that one person got mad at me when we were solo queuing and then they liked how we didn't get mad at them IRL and then they gifted 5 subs? The lobbies are open! Stop! I'm waiting for those to get refunded. You did, Spades. I'm gonna have to say, you should earn commission from that. I got you. Pumpkin, do you want cat treats or dog treats? Open lobbies! Hi, Anubis! Are they open yet? The lobbies are open. What the fudge is happening?
Love you.
I'm gonna start banning people. Do you guys mind? Jinx. Thank you for... Wait, that was 7 subs, wasn't it? Am I blacking out? Thank you for the 7 gifted subs, because he did 2 earlier. Shmi, thank you for the 100 bits. Winnie, thank you for the 30 bits! Jinx, thank you for gifted 5 subs to I Newell, Cumi9, Baby Chris, Nuke, and Reverend. What the fudgies? Pick a pussy for me, cat treats. I got you. Do you want a pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple? We have a yellow for Shinobi. All right, and we'll get some little kitty cat treats for Jasper. Little kitty. No. Fatty. Here you go, Jojo. Oh, you good doggy. Purple? I got you. You guys gotta stop. Thank you guys so much. Oh, don't crunch that loud. He'll know. So cute. No, Charlie, no. One more. Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, wow. Yeah. Almost lost a finger there. I couldn't taste it. What about tasting? Royal Tigers! Do we have anyone available for a Royal Tiger invite? Hey, let's go. Thank you so much, Royal Tiger. Panda Paws, I got you. We have room for one more. Pyro! Pyro, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Royal Tiger! Can you send a Twitch whisper to Bat Kyle? And then he'll get the invite for you. But yeah, send a Twitch whisper. So just click on his name and send a whisper. Oh, okay, hold on. I have 15 friend requests.
Look at that.
What the
Hello,
fudgies?
darling.
Hold
Purple
on.
heart emoji.
Mandy, thank you so much for the 25 months. I love you, Moist. Sick Turmoil with the 61 months. What the fudgies? Guys, tell Mandy how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Everyone tell Sick Turmoil how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. What the fudge? What is happening? Thank you so much for the 25 months and the 61 months, the 7 gifted subs, 5 gifted subs, 30 bits, 100 bits, another 5 gifted subs. I'm gonna unstream. Do you guys mind? The next person that's nice to me is getting banned. Rat, thank you for the 3 stream streak. What the fudgies? Thank you so much. Who wanted yellow? Shinobi. True Shinobi. Pedro. What the fudge? Rawr. Stop being nice to me. A whole year! Oh, do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? You get a Pokemon card in my binder. What the fudge? Jinx_egg. Holy. I don't know what's happening, but y'all need to calm down. Dragon set ablaze. Think of the forehead kissy. I was gonna jump scare you maybe later. No, I've been a good girl. Really? Chloe, don't say that. Twitch is always listening. Holy sick. Thank you for the 100 bits. Puppy, thank you for the 1 year. I'm gonna do these kitty cats. I'm gonna get a Pokemon card for you. Oh, that's all right, Shmee. That's all right. I'm big chillin'. Okay, Shinobi, you're gonna get the really funny face that I did for War because that one was just so funny. It makes me so happy. So you're gonna get the tiny face because it makes me so happy. And then Jinx, what are you gonna get? Ooh, you know what? You're gonna get like the similar one, but like opposite. It's opposite day. All right. They're so cute. Why is Legion kill switch? Oh, something, his power. There's something wrong with his power. Or like, his power was able to get spammed or something, I think was what the issue was. It's my favorite! Oh my god. So we have a Ditto one, because I love doing Ditto faces for the purple. And Chanel. It's my favorite. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted and the 7 gifted. What the fudgies? Oh, it makes me so happy. Oh, I love him so much. Oh my god. Alright, let me get a Pokemon card and then we'll start. I'm sorry. Alright. Alright, puppy. It's so damn cute. Good, I'm glad. How does this stuff keep happening? I don't know. Puppy coded X. Puppy coded X for 1 year. If you guys did not know, if you resub on a year anniversary, whether it's 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years, etc., you get a Pokemon card and you get assigned a Pokemon in my Spank Bank binder, and I will keep it there forever. And you are a Snorunt, and you are added to our Pokemon binder, and you can see where our 2 years are. 2 years are electric, 3 years are fire, 4 years are fighting, and 5 years is psychic. Where's, I believe, Sick Turmoil. Yeah, there's Sick Turmoil right there. Thank you so much, puppy, for the 1 year anniversary. I hope it was the best year of your life. It was for me. Marta, think of the forehead kiss you. Hi, Raven! Everyone tell Raven how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is, or Raven will ban you. It's true. It's true. What's my build? That's fine. Raven, I love you. I love you so much. Thank you guys very much for the level 5 hype train. All right, I'll do one more shot. What do you guys think? All right, chat. Vodka, rum, whiskey, or Malort? Thanks, Shabby. Oh, what's my build? Hold on. Okay, I have cake. Or cobbler. Whiskey? Vodka? Who's gonna break our tie? I don't feel like space bars today. Oh, no, space bars are... Bleh. Vodka? Whiskey? Vodka? I think we got... If you do a shot of Jaeger. She has her back legs in my lap and... Shut up. Chloe, that is so cute. Oh, I should ready up. Vodka? Alright, done. Doing vodka. We're gonna do a shot of 3 olives a loopy. Whoa! Oh my god. Those daily dose of dicks really gets to you. What's up, Poopy Whoopy? Hola! Yo, we're doing open lobbies today, Poopy. Bear? Wait, are you doing Trapper? Wait, is that Trapper? Right? Enjoy your lurking turkey, Tiamior. Thank you, Derpy! Why is my thing freezing? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna end the YouTube stream. I'm ending the YouTube stream. Is that better? Oh, Oni! Okay. Oni is Ada's whore's main. Alright. Sorry, I had to end the YouTube stream. Oh. What's happening? What's happening, chat? Hold on. What's happening? Is that me or is that you guys? What's that? You know, I think it's because we're loading in. Oh, I'll take a shot in a second. Maybe because we're loading into the game or something. I don't know. That was weird. I haven't dropped any frames, so I'm not schmore what schmappened. Your dick was too powerful. If I had a nickel for every time a man has said that to me. I'm joking. I'm joking. That was a joke. I think it had to be the loading into the game.
Even when I was at my lowest, I still came to your stream because your humor, your talent, and you kept me going.
Shinobi, you're not allowed to be nice to me. That's not how this works. What the heck is? Thank you so much. Yo, cheers. Cheers, L'chaim. Hold on! We can talk about this. We can talk about this. We can talk about this. All right. Oh, man. Whoa! I didn't drop the... Oh, my God, look at the little kitty cat! I didn't drop the pallet because I was like, no way that the thing goes that far. It does go that far. Oh, look at your little kitty cat. Oh, Steam opened up. Bye, Steam. All right. All right. Now we can do our shot. All right. Cheers. What's up, Father? Yummy. But seriously, thank you so much for the kind words, my daily dose of dicks, all of the bits and the stuff. I really don't know what's happening. Guys, my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary is this week, well, we're celebrating this weekend. It happened on Sunday, but we're celebrating this weekend. But the next person who's nice to me is getting the Glock. And by the Glock, I mean I'm sicking Kyle on you, and Kyle's gonna ban you. You don't know how to be mean? I could introduce you to a bunch of ex-friends that could be mean to you, because they were really mean to me, so they know really well how to be mean, so. Dobby's gotta click. Dobby's a free elf. Whoo! I didn't help my friends. Alright, Tom. Sorry, thinking about Tom. Kyle! Take him out! Take care of Dirtface. Take care of him. You love Poopy Whoopy? I love Poopy Whoopy too. I'm afraid to do this because they could one-shot us, but I think we could do this. That's fine. As long as they escape, we're good. Don't thank Kyle. Don't thank Kyle for the shenanigans. Look at the good God. Oh my gosh. So cute. Oh my gosh. So cute. Alright, we'll do one more shot in the next game. Or after the next game, I think. Remy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, if I've missed anyone's messages, or if I've missed... Oh, Derpy! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, if I've missed anyone's kiss, I'm so sorry. Somebody ban Jinx. I have to say, though, I've been having some really bad days recently. And I am very, very grateful for the kind words. But just so you know, I'm also just as equally as upset with you guys. I'm just as equally as upset with you guys as I am grateful. Oh no, Shinobi, trust me, I was gonna go down no matter what. Wait, hold on, I gotta find a generator to put my thing in. Wait, not me! Chi-chis. Alright, someone take my toolbox. I'm gonna put DS on. Oh, I'm not complaining, by the way, but it's just like, I'm gonna put DS on. Because, and it's not, I'm not complaining. I'm just, it's just been my luck, you know? Are you letting me live, Poopy Whoopy? You shouldn't. I don't deserve it. I'm still gonna put DS on, though. Raise your hand if you've ever seen me hit a DS. I have never hit it. I have never hit a DS skill check because, I never use it. Just like how I've never used, Dead Hard. Poopy Whoopy, I did not deserve that. I'm still gonna put DS on, though. I'm just so bad at this game. And I've been drinking 2 shots now. Something came in the mail? What you get in the mail? Enjoy your lurky turkey derpy. Hold on. Hold on. See, that's what's gonna happen when I get DS. Oh, here, hold on. Wait, hold on. Kick this gen! Kick that gen! Thank you so much for the lurky turkeys. I really appreciate you. Jen's gonna like it. The Jen better like it. You killed Shmi! Oh, let's go, Remy! You hit your DS and Heal World, I'm not gonna lie, I never use DS. Oh, should I like rub your bum or something? Want me to rub your ass? You never even touched a gen? Yeah, that was actually my first gen. Oh no, I touched a slutty little one in the beginning. Sorry, that means run. Run. Wait. Oh. What's up, Haku? Haku, happy Wednesday. Shh. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up, Spades! You don't see me, do you? Ah! No! Fuck you, Spacebar! Do I have conviction? Oh, I never finished my heal. It was no, Remy, yeah, we talked about this already. No, you're totally good. You're totally good. Totally Gucci as a Gucci. Wait, what does this perk do again? I don't remember. Is it I vault pellets or I drop pellets? 50% earlier? Pandapause, where do you live? The moon? Shout out to Artemis. Shut up! Okay, hold on. Chill, chill, chill. Guys, I almost missed the cats. Thank you for the Mori! Oh, that was good. Oh, did they fix the end game bug where you don't see the end game anymore? You've never seen it? It's so cute. The Murderous Grizzly is his name. I was trying to get some dumb builds. What were you working on? Did you just say me next? I'm gonna put DS on. I'm gonna put DS on. And I'm gonna make a build. I'm gonna actually make a build And I'm going to try playing this game. Trust. What flavor vitamin water? XXX is my favorite. The zero sugar one. Ooh, healing. I don't know. Thank you for clipping the mure. That was a really bad stutter. That was really bad. Acai blueberry. That's XXX, isn't it? Shabby, 'cause that's my favorite one. I think I have some... Huh. Yeah, acai blueberry pomegranate. Did I say XOXO? I meant XXX. Yeah, the same one. This was my first game on. Hi, Jojo. Jojo, do you want to see the kitty cats? Look, Jojo. Look, it's the kitties. Do you see the kitty cats? Oh, enjoy your grape. Oh, we're just purring. Oh, really, Shabby? Does yours have pomegranate in it too? He's just purring. I think he just likes this. Oh, hello? Oh, do you want to lay down? I've never used DS and I've never used Dead Hard. The only time I've ever used DS or Dead Hard is when, Chaos Shuffle. Oh, really? Coffee Jelly. Wait, was it in this skin too? I love this Mori. It's so cute. He's such a handsome boy. Thanks, I made him myself. He's 11 years old next week, but I wanted to be Mori'd. Oh, we missed the kitty cuts. Yo, GG's. GG's poopy. GG's. Thank you for the Mori. Oh, Shmee. Shmee, I hope you enjoyed your 10 seconds. I want to be Mori'd. Get good, Spades. Oh, yeah. When Poopy Poopy said bear, I was like, oh, yeah, so the trapper, right? Also, add now, no add in game. Hold on. Actually, I'm not gonna ready up yet. Hold on. I'm gonna make a build. And it's gonna be a good one. You know what? What if I just put... Yeah. My Mori. Hello, child. I'll just have to Mori someone else later. Wait, what skin do you use? Do you use the bear skin? Oh, okay, Shabby. Well, I mean, I only drink the XXX vitamin water. It's my only one. The Minotaur. Okay, that's what I thought. I do have to do an add now. Add now, no add in game. You can try my dumb build. What is it? Add now, no add in game. Guys, I'm sorry. Also, I don't have the YouTube stream up anymore because I had to close it because my game or my stream was freaking out. Oh god, what's the over-under on me actually hitting the DS skill check, though? Okay, what item do I want to use? I don't think I want a med kit. I don't think I want one. Smee has a beam, and Spades has flashbang. So, maybe I will... Oh... Maybe I'll do... Oi, Chamoy. Maybe we'll just bring a map. Yeah, whatever, YOLO. Right? Sure. Oh, coffee's in the ad. I'm so sorry. You're pretty! Get shit on nom-nomming. DS, Iron Will, Power Struggle, and Conviction. Wait, that's a good build, though. Ho, ho, ho! That's a fun build! I like that a lot. You are so sweet, Father. Don't be nice to me ever again. Don't you ever be nice to me ever again. Now you're subbed? Hello? I thought you were talking to me. I was like, I'm a Switch. How dare you? Oh, my stream didn't lag that game. That's nice. Smee, Thank you for gifting a sub to Nom Nomming. Oh my god, what the fudgy. Nom Nomming, enjoy your 90, count 'em, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Excusez-moi. Oh, it's the real Vecna, guys. Guys, I think he knows I'm here. Oh, someone got a 20. Natural 20. But seriously, thank you so much for gifting a sub. What's up, gangsting? Happy Autism Awareness Month. Yeah, that's Jasper. About the adorable face we get to see every... You mean Jasper? I understand. Jasper does have a very cute face. I understand that Jasper is the reason why people are here. I have no delusions of grandeur on why people watch my streams. Are you really, gangsting? Do you love it? Are you having a good time? Fun. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Jinx, do you have the channel points to redeem that? The build request? So I'll do it. If you want me to. Pumpkin! Pumpkin, do you want cat or dog? I've been trying to... For 16 years? Holy doggos, I got you. I got you. Oh, after this, we'll swap people out too. But mods, sorry, mod privilege, Spades gets to stay. But we'll have I'm joking. We'll have, Shmi and Panapaws, swap out. We'll get new people in. Plaything, got you. Jello, mwah, Vanessa, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, you are so good, Pumpkin. The dogs always want TREATS's. Oh, you want me to rub you one? Rub one out for you? I got you. Sorry. Hello, Gutbuster! Oh, hey, our POTD is 6 inches, Panapaws. I could not care less. The queen of missing skill checks. Right here. If anything, you should apologize for trying to take my trophy from me. Oh, Spades, you're not leading. You are not in the lead for that. Oh, our POTD is 18 inches. I just, sorry, sorting some shirts. Sadly, I forgot. Oh, sorting some shit? Oh, W chicken wraps. 37! Birthday pumpkin with the Oh! Quickly stolen by Saucy Plague with the POTD at 50 inches. Oh! I got you. I got that next game, Jinx. Quick and quiet, flashbang head on, and diversion or deception or residual. Okay. Okay. Alright. That doesn't sound very dumb. $59! Wait, coffee is in the lead now. 59, right? The POTD is 59 inches. Coffee jelly. I have to go pee after this. You guys mind? I already have to pee. I blame the 2 shots that I took, alright? Alright. Sneeze and chase. I'm going for the save. We drunk? I'm drinking. 60 inches! Oh my god. Happy birthday! Everyone say happy early birthday to Goth Pasta. It's Goth Pasta's birthday. Sorry. Like I said, queen of missing skill checks. It's Goth Pasta's birthday tomorrow. Everyone say happy birthday! What do you got planned for your... Oh my god. Oh my god. Goth Pasta, I swear to god I'm not doing this on purpose. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Did I say Goth Pasta? I meant Panda Paws. Panda Paws, I'm not doing this on purpose. Oh my god, Panda, please don't hate me. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. I swear to god it wasn't on purpose. Happy early birthday! Hi, Mythical! Everyone say hello, Mythical. Oh, my Lanta. I'm so bad at this game. Honestly, I blame Panda Paws for making me nervous about hitting skill checks, alright? Oh, Shmi's on hook. Why is that Gen yellow? Okay, we're good. I'm doing okay, Mythical. I'm doing okay. You know what? Oh, they got him off hook. Nice. Just okay. You know what? That's I know, Father. Listen, I just had 2 shots back to back. Alright, I never said I was a smart man. Mythical, thank you for the forehead kiss. If I've missed anyone's messages or Kissies. Oh, Haku! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm so sorry. Please let me know if I've missed anyone's messages or kissies. I have a job interview. No way! A big blacked out cake? What's a blacked out cake? Is that just like a black cake? But a lot of brat? Okay. So, wait, is 60 inches our biggest peepee? So that's what, coffee jelly and mythical? Tied for biggest peepee? Is that it? I don't know, I'm not really paying attention. I'm really not paying attention right now. There is a cooldown for PP, so if you guys don't see your PP right away, there's a cooldown. So just try it again. An 82. Oh, it's Father! Okay, so Coffee had the 59. Okay, so Father and Mythical have 60-inch PPs. Double chocolate. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Okay. Now I understand. Oh, 45. Oh. Oh, why are we running? Why are we running? What does that mean? Okay. Bad Boot, I do! In Dead by Daylight, I do. Alright, hold on. Please don't make me miss another skill check. I'm such a good girl. Oh my god, I got nervous. Oh. Oh. That's right. I like how I put on DS and I haven't been hooked yet. Silent Hill 3? Oh, I never played Silent Hill. Oh, how many Silent Hill characters are in these, are in Dead by Daylight? I know James. I know Cheryl. Guys, I found the killer. There's no pallet here. There are no fucking pallets. I only went to one place where there would be a pallet, but the one place where I wanted there to be a pallet, there wasn't one. James, Sybil, Maria. Oh, I do have Lisa. I do have Lisa. I did find. Oh, I do have Alessa. Alessa's my main skin for Silent Hill characters. I use Alessa the most. God pasta! That's a good question. How's everyone's week been so far? My week's been pretty shit. I've had a lot of like PTSD episodes, which have not been fun. Yippee. But I'm having a good day today. Sybil. What's the temperature like for you right now, Jinx? I did get the Silent Hill 2, was it remake? I just haven't played it yet. Your dreams? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's ass. I do have, Kamoso dice, this perk. Shh. No! Wait, okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, does that... Okay. Oh, man. Oh. Oh! I don't have that on. Hopefully you got DS. Maybe I should have got grabbed because I have DS. That is not my fault. That is not my fault. Oh, alright, this plaything, okay. Maybe that's my plaything. Oh, that was all, okay. I was like, hold on. Okay, this is my plaything. No, thank you, guys! Gen by where you're hooked has great progress. Oh. Oh! Who's he gonna go for? Ah! He's right there. I'll go get this door. I don't know why I thought I saw spades go this way. Sorry, this map is so bright. That one! Oh, No Man's Sky is a video game, right? Hold on, Spades has me for 5. Hey! So this is awkward. So anyways, I started blasting. Oh. Oh, there's no pallet here. Why do I not have any pallets when I play this video game with you people? I don't have a single pailleta. See, this is why I put windows on. Because you people take all my pailletas. Okay, brother. I've been drinking. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Oh, there's no pallets in here. I'm fucked. A pallet. Fuck you. Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Wait. Wait. See, give me a pallet. I'm okay. But I think this is the only one that there is. Oh, okay. I have DS, alright? Yeah, give me one pallet and I'm okay! Oh, you're totally fine, Spades. It's fine. It is what it is. Looper! That was like 30 seconds! Thanks, guys. I should call him. You guys are so funny. You guys gassed me up so much. Nice dodges. Thanks. Thanks, guys. I did make him swing, I think, like 4 times, though, so that was kind of nice. GG's. GG's, guys. Oh, it's getting hot in the UK? Oh, L. Oh, GG's. 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 Da, 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 da. Absolute ground zero. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. He also, Shinobi, thank you for the I go meow. That's honestly the reason why I was able to play decently. I'm gonna go pee. Do you guys mind? Oh, yeah, and your build. Actually, let me do that first, because I'm gonna forget. I ain't gonna hold you. What was it? Quick and quiet. Flashbang. Head on. And then it's dealer's choice for the last one. Diversion, deception, or residual. Let's do diversion. Diversion's fun. We'll do diversion. And then, do you have a choice, or do you want me to have a specific item? Go piss girl? Oh, I'm gonna go piss girl. Yes, the lobbies are open. I'm not gonna be able to accept anybody while I'm peeing, though. Go charge your phone, Shinobi! Pebble? Pebble's good? Oh, wait, no, what item do you want me to have? Oh, and give treats! Oh, Shabby, never mind, I got you. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me about the treats. I would have forgotten. Let's see if Charles comes down here. Hey, no. That's for you. I'm gonna hear if I can hear him stomping. Alright. Oh! There he is. Oh, good morning. He says, Mommy, I want one too. Daddy. Up to me? Okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna go pee really quickly. I will be right back. In the meantime, you guys stretch, get a bath, take a snack. I'll be right back. He's giving me no verse. But no Lightborn. So, you know, there's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Peep it. Peep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get hatch. He goes into his power? And then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost and then I get the save. Or he's gonna— oh my god, she let go! Alright, now I get hatch. On God, I get hatch. On God, right? Oh! I'm not saying I know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight, but I'm not saying I don't know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight. This hatch win brought to you by Gunner Optics. Use code PIXEL2025. I only had to sacrifice every single one of my teammates, but at the end it was worth it. Thank you, team. Don't talk about milk in front of Sloth. That's a pretty sensitive topic for him. Hey. Hey. I'm funny, chat. I'm funny. Oh, God. Mink! Oh my god, if that hit me, I would have uninstalled. And don't forget to do your Duolingo. I'm locked in! Alright. Duolingo streak save, too. I'm closer to page 25, and Cheryl, her portrait is so pretty. Oh, and you get, with the icon, right? Also, Jordan. Mwah, I think we're the forehead kissy. Hattie. Oh, we love Hattie the baddie. Oh, also, we have room for one more if anyone wants to join. Goddess! Goddess, how you doing? Happy Wednesday. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Remember, if you're on Steam, don't send me a friend request. Just join in progress. And if you're on console, you can send me a friend request. Yeah, her okay, cool. I have my my twins, my P100 twins icon. All right, well, I guess we'll take off flashlight and we'll just put on our slutty little toolbox. I do love my slutty little toolbox. You don't have to, but if you want. Oh, what do we got? We got quick and quiet, flashbang, head on, and diversion. So this is Jinx's build. Oh my god. You know what? You know what this game is missing? That huge schlong package that one outfit that Shabby has on Outlast Trials has. You know what I'm saying? That thing is like, comes out to here. It's like a Squidward nose. Yeah, that's what DBD is really missing. Outlast Trials does it better. I have another clip of that that's scheduled to go out. I think that has like 18,000 views on my Instagram, Shabby. Let me check. 21,000 views of people seeing your peep on my Instagram. I don't think it's a dumb build. I think it's a great build, honestly. I think it's a great build. I really have to stop tweeting, guys. People are so mean to me on Twitter. I have to change all of my replies to only people I follow because people are so fucking mean. I know, Shabby, I know. That thing isn't thing, and you get a. I think you have like the top comment on that, Sushi Guy. All right, should we do our last shot? So you guys want more, right? What did you guys say? You guys were saying whiskey as the other one, right? A little bit of whiskey. Oh my god, I'm almost out of whiskey. What the fudgies? The last shot that I owe you. Oh, that's your hex little tits? Lame. Me thinking I'm left-handed all of a sudden. Mr. Ware! Think of the forehead kissy. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Wait, why? The Tennessee whiskey? You're the only 10 I see. Oh shit, am I like... That is like barely a shot left. I'm not gonna... Oh! Oh, that would kill you then. Oh, you're allergic. That sucks. Oh, don't forget to ready up whenever you're able to. But like, no rush. You're probably making a build. So Jinx, no rush, but... In case, because I know sometimes we forget. Like, I forget. Thank you guys for the 5 gifted subs, 7 gifted subs, 5 gifted subs, level 5 train. What the fudge? Stop giving me money. What the hell is happening? What is happening? Why? Oh! That's alcohol. Woo! I think that one, I don't think that's even a shot left. Why does it spill every single time I pour that? You shouldn't leave that much. It is only like the littlest bit left, too. I'm gonna drink some lemon lime G Fuel. Oh, Jinx, you're totally fine. You're totally good. Oh, let's go! Magic! I remember to take my vitamins today. I'm very happy. What's up, Newt? Newt's always winning. Always winning. How are you doing, homie? I should be able to P100 Ashley J. Williams, so I think I'm holding off on him for something like an event that I think Slothbag wants to hold during the summer. So I'm gonna hold off on him, even though I know I owe you guys P100 Ash, but there's a whole plan. But I still have to P100 Ghostface too, so I can put some start putting points in Ghostface because he's at like what, prestige 3, so I have ways to go with him. I'm gonna snoot. Think of the forehead kissy. What's up, Ogredor? Gummy vitamins? I actually took some gummy B12 earlier. And was it hair, skin, and nails gummy vitamins? Oh. Did you, Shabby? I just been taking my shots. I've had, what, 3 shots, though? Biotin? I don't think it's gummy biotin. Oh, you know what? You just reminded me that I need to restock my biotin, though. Welcome back. I wonder why my stream was lagging so much, because I wasn't dropping frames. I don't know why, like my camera was lagging or something. B12, it's like a vitamin B12. Spades is doing me a heck and teach and telling me that B12 doesn't really get absorbed to the skin, or not the skin. It doesn't really get absorbed via pills, but I got it on super duper clearance. Oh, yes, put it in there. Bite the pillow, I'm going in dry. Ladies, please. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, okay, I have head. Oh, it's a spring trap! It's a spring trap. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Alright, so it's a spring trap, which is awesome. Ah! Oh my god, I'm sorry. No! Fine, I'm gonna do this then. What's up, Jesky? Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Also, I totally forgot you're booting that. Sorry, didn't mean to yell at you. Sable jump scare. That's just my classic, shabby jump scare. Super boon. Oh, it's Matthew! It's Matthew Lillard! No, I'm so gonna sandbag you. Hold on. Oh, you wanted to come in through here? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, nice, Shabby. Nice. Also, welcome back, Loki. Also, Jesky. You were so hot, Jesky. I want you to know that you are amazing. Oh, he has 2 can play, right? That's what that is? Oh, Mr. Ware, I hope you're doing so good. Guys, I hope you're having the best weekend ever. Also, I'm gonna do that. Oh, wait, space is being chased, which means this is a free pull. I don't have diversion yet. Oh, make your choice, too. Make your choice, 2 can play. And what else does he have? Oh, friends to the end. 2, not 2 can play, sorry, friends to the end. Friends to the end, and make your choice. I'm not gonna lie, I gotta go home. I'm so sorry, love. Can I get a paella? Yes! God palette! Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, that's so fine. That's so fine. I don't know, because make your choice lasts so long, doesn't it? Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Oi! Okay. Just break LOS. Break LOS. Shh. Yes! Yes! Oh, I love giving Matthew Lillard head. No, wait, hold on. We can talk about this. Oh, that would have been so funny if you missed, though. Don't me. I love getting Matthew Lillard. I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Chat, I didn't mean it. That's a new map. I have no thoughts. No thoughts. Head empty. Raven. Ladies. No problem. No problem. Oh, Jasper. That's my butt. What you doing, lovely? So glad I trimmed your nails. Alright, so remember, he has make your choice, Hattie. Oh, I have a pebble. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, what button is pebble? Shoot. It is E. There. Go there. I was like... I pressed E, but apparently I pressed R instead. Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. Oh! For VIP, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Gundam? Everyone say, hello, Gundam. I hope you're doing so good, homie. You know what would be so good right now? Some soju. Some soju sounds so good. Right? Done it? Alright, I'm watching that door. I'm only watching that door. Only watching this door. Ooh! Ah! Oh my god. I'm choked. Oh no! I don't know this map. 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 There's no way she'd do it twice, right? That doesn't get you! Shut up. Aw, man. That was social me too. It's Code Kitten! It's Code Kitten, Gundam. What flavor are you drinking? I'm drinking the lemon lime unk flavor from the 2.0 formula. What are you drinking? Are you drinking your Gundam flavor? Hope you're doing so good, homie. Oh, I don't have DS! Damn. I wouldn't say that I've gotten any diversion value. I did get head on a quick and quiet value. I have not done a gen long enough to get a flashbang, though. I would like to get a flashbang, but we'll see. Cherry raspberry, yum. Really? Every can of G Fuel? Shut up. 2 people on hook? That's not good. Alright, so he has friends to the end. Make your choice. I don't know what else he has, though. Also, to go back to your question about the map, I think the map is great. I think it's very fun. I just don't know it yet. I think it's very Survivor-sided. Whoa! Yeah, I think that's the call. That's the play. That's the play. That's the play. I'm gonna do this. And I'll come with you. Yeah. Hold on. I want to rub my ass too. Yeah, rub my ass. Thanks. Alright, let's go, girls. Oh, now it's my turn! Well, now he knows where we all are. Well, he knows where we all are, by the way, so. Have fun with that. Oh! Jasper keeps rubbing his paws over my legs. Stop! And don't yell at me. Stop yelling at me! Is he here? I can't tell. He is here. I thought I heard you. Damn it! Me too, Matthew. How did you hit that? You're quick scoping phase. What the fudge? How did you hit that? Increíble. No. Oh, that's right. That's right, Matthew Lillard. That's right. Hold on. Shut up. Dead meat? Never heard of it. Oh! What was that? Oh, GG's. Oh no. Oh no. Where I put the kill count playlist on repeat and play the killer of the movie they're talking. Shut up. Interesting. Soju with Ramu melon G Fuel, because melon soju is yummy. You know what? Whenever I think of soju, I think of specifically melon soju. Also, Beth. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss you. You know what? I think I'm all caught up on. Well, I've watched up to season 4 of The Boys, and that's very exciting, right? So I've seen all those weird things that I tweeted out. Hold on. I made a tweet. Hold on, let me see. I made a tweet saying something along the lines of like, guys, I'm watching The Boys for the first time. Reply to this tweet with something that I won't understand until I watch it. And a lot of people had some really funny things to say, which I now understand, but I didn't understand when they first typed them. There was a lot of milk references. There's a lot of, oh, I just understand this reference. Oh my god, that's so funny. I beat my meat into a cup. Oh my god. A lot of milk references. Herogasm. Oh my god. Orgy. Breast milk. Oh my god, so funny though. Want a fresca? There's so many really. I'm reading all the Human Centipede. I understand that reference now. Oh my god, lobotomy. Oh my god, so funny. Yeah, I understand all these references now. I've never heard of kill count. Kiwi! Ran back to my room when I heard beat my meat into a cup. That was a quote from The Boys. Specifically, Jensen Ackles. Better than misery. Got a plan. You'll understand. Pain without love, pain. Can't get enough pain. I like it rough, 'cause I'd rather feel pain than nothing at all. Hey. People are being so mean on Twitter. What the fudgies? Why are people so mean? Like, God forbid a Gorley has some PTSD. I like the Jensen Isaac goes, ooh! A woof. GG's. Let's do one more game, and then I think we'll do the Minecraft sponsor. Because I have to do that for a minimum of an hour.
Go on. Give me
What the fudgy? Shinobi? Thank you for the 125 bits! Wait! Spades got hatched? Hell yeah. My very first game on this map I got hatched. I got really lucky. You found a key, shut up. Boys are stinky? I agree. Like, why are people so mean? What's up, look at? Thank you so much for the bits, Shinobi. What the fudgies? Let's do another game. Jasper, bugger off, brother. Rather feel pain than nothing. Oh, Ashley! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you very much for that build, by the way. Oh, thank you for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Hey, what's up, Crowbat? Magical chick. I can't remember if I did the kissy. I feel like I did, but I don't feel like I did. So, mwah, just in case I missed it. Eclipse. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Legal Bagel. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Yes! More Outlast Trials? Hell yeah. We're going to do one more game of DBD, and then we're going to do the Minecraft sponsor and see how that goes. I haven't played Minecraft in a very long time. It wasn't it? It was very helpful for me if it's any consolation, Shabby, so I do appreciate the boon. Yeah, Minecraft sponsor. Can I see the hair bow? Yes, of course. I don't want to, like, roll over my cat. Do you see it? It's from Hot Topic. There's a... I don't know if it's still in stock, but I do have it in my Hot Topic storefront, whatever it's called. Thanks. I usually wear either this one or my Lord of the Rings one, but I felt this was a very red outfit. Oh, thanks, Eclipse. I'm glad. Thank you, Shabby. Minecraft soon? Yes, after this game. We'll do some Minecraft. So I haven't played Minecraft since 2020. That was the last time I did open lobbies Minecraft on my Twitch channel. And I think like one of my most viewed clips is from that stream. Yeah, it's been since 2020. Me neither. I also had to get it on this PC because I've never played Minecraft on this PC before, and the last time I played Minecraft, it was on my Xbox. And I don't have my Xbox set up down here, so... What's up, Wheels? Wheels, I hope you're doing very good, my friend. The music gets you emotional? Is it, because it's nostalgic? Hello, Wesky Poo. Oh. Are we cute? Jinx just caught a stray. Did you guys see that? Like, you know they was definitely aiming for the Sable, but Jinx just caught the stray. That was so funny. Oh, thank you very much for that. That was very funny. Thank you. Yo, what are you gonna play, Wheels? I hope you're doing very well. But I do have Minecraft. I don't know if I'm gonna do open lobbies. Because I have no clue what I'm doing, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the Minecraft does for us. I'm very interested to play Minecraft though, because it has been since 2020. Oh no, not me. What did I do? Oh my. Do you like how he left whoever he was chasing to go get me? Do you like that? I saw that. Oh, but he left again. Oh, he likes sables. Oh, he loves sables. Look at how, like, into it he is. I'm scared. Yeah. 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 My bad. Ashley! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Ready or Not. Wait, isn't that a movie too? I know, completely unrelated. He is playing Musical Survivors, but I'm the same way though. Oh. Where are we going? We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Yeah. Yeah, get her! Get her ass! Get her! Oh wait, no. I want your thing. There you go. Oh, hey! Oi! 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 Wait! We can talk about this. Wait, hold on. Yeah, body block. Body block him! With Hattie's big fat baddie booty. Are we getting a farming Wesker? Shut up. Thanks, Papa. What the fudge is happening? Get her ass. What is happening? This is my first farming killer this event, which I am not complaining. I am not complaining at all. Gladly take a farming killer, ain't gonna hold you. Oh, the first one or the second one, Mr. Ware? I've seen the first one, but I want to see the second one. But I have to wait until it's on a streaming service. The first one, did you like it? I thought it was great. I actually had just rewatched the first one recently. I really like the song that they play. The run, run, run. The hide and seek. I don't know. I'd have to hear it again, but that song it's so eerie. I don't know. It's creepy, but like I love it at the same time. Je know. I want to see the second one, especially since Elijah Wood is in it. Hello, Frodo. Yeah, it's great. I've seen that, Shinobi. That's so funny. What's up, Sierra? Happy Wednesday. Or Thursday, depending on your time zone. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Oh, nice. Gonna take credit for all the things I did, aren't you, Shabby? I'm joking. He's such a cutie. I agree. Still Wednesday for me? Me too. Oh. My eye! Oh, sorry. Sorry. I get nervous around pretty women. Sorry. Don't touch me. Touch me. Oh, so this is awkward. Oh, so this is awkward. I was healing. Yeah, get her ass. Get her ass. Whoa! Oh, Shabby's hacking! Oh, okay. Shabby's hacking! You can hook me. You need, like, points, don't you, brother? Yeah, you almost lagged out. Yeah, you're still red barring. Oh. Oh, pretty woman. Pretty woman. Oh, Alan Rickman. Oh. Same, that's why I always get so shy to chat and chatty. Wait, why do you get... Why are you shy? I understand. I never talk in people's chats. My buttle. Oh, whatever, Reaper. Whatever. Braver! Braver. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, he's so cute! Don't touch me. Don't spank me. That tickles my butt plug. Don't hit Life's not been kind lately, but I do love it here. Braver, come here. Come here. Come. Anybody who needs a hug, come here. Big ol' hug for anybody who needs it. And if you... What the fudgies did I do? And if you guys don't want the hug, guys can double give to the next person. But, big hugs. I totally understand. I very seldomly talk in people's streams anymore. But I was watching some streams last night that helped me a little bit, but I didn't talk in any of them. No. What do you want? What do you want? Oh! Hey. Well. Oh, maybe he wanted to stomp out some of those things. Pumpkin, you are so welcome here, and you are so loved here. That's my butthole! I appreciate you guys being here, truly. You guys are the best. I can abandon. That's so funny. I can abandon. Imagine I just abandon and I get no blood points. Whoa! Whoa! Oh man, I ain't gonna hold you, Cobalt. I don't know who those first two people. Especially since someone's underage, I'm gonna just say I'm gonna hug Connor, I'm gonna marry Connor, I'm gonna kiss Connor. Respectfully. Oh yeah, pick him up. Yeah. I'll see you in my bed. Wait, we're depressed? I have been struggling a lot this week. It could be, I don't know, it could be from depression, but it was mostly from my PTSD for this week. I'm having a lot of episodes. Nice! Get her ass! I want my heal points. Oh! I want my heal points. Is Spade's gonna do it backwards? Hold on. Let's go. Oh, that worked out for you! Oh, no, you're totally good. You're so good. Thank you, guys. Don't touch me. I don't have conviction on this class. Bye, Albert. I love you. Albert, I love you so much. Should have hooked us, though. Hi, Irish Queen. Irish Queen, happy Wednesday. You got last. Scoreboard. Oh, damn it. Chevy beat me. Fuck. GG's. Yui did win. GG's. Bamboozle, Corrupt, Discordance, and Lethal. Very fun. Love Wesker. We do love Wesker. So I was going to say scoreboard, but Chevy beat me, so I couldn't. Alright, you guys want to play some Minecraft? This is going to be so weird. I haven't played Minecraft in so long. Alright, let me put some points into Ashley J. Will. Oh, he's prestige 96. What the heck is happening? Thank you for the bits! Shinobi, thank you so much for the 50 bits. What the hecky? Alright, he's prestige 98. Ashley J. Williams, prestige 98. Let's make sure I pick a different character so I don't get jump scared the next time I open the game. I'll F4. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, welcome in! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Oh, thank you, Look At. I really appreciate you. What the hecky? Lexi! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, enjoy your lucky turkey. I totally understand. I haven't played Minecraft since 2020. What is the max prestige? 100. 100 is the current max prestige. Ashley Slashley, yeah. Yeah. Alright. Minecraft. Let's see then. We do our little slightly little Wesker. Ooh, a starring Gale or Connor? Ooh, that'll do. Marry Gale. Fuck Astarion, hug Connor. Mostly because I just feel like Astarion would be a really good fuck. Is that weird? So anyways, a Minecraft. This is weird. I haven't played Minecraft since 2020. I'm gonna start off brand new. Also, fun fact for anybody who doesn't know about me, I started off as a... I started off my content creation journey as a Minecraft YouTuber. Fun fact. What's up, Panda Monster? Panda Monster. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh my gosh, Shinobi, I have like my original one from like 2000, what? Like 2009? And I can't even play that one because I cannot remember. I don't have access to my email from that one, which is really sad. Oh, you also, I think, if you guys either subscribe or gift a sub, you get a badge. Like a chicken badge. A Twitch badge, which is pretty cool. I'm opening the game right now. Yeah, fun fact. I started off as a Minecraft and Call of Duty YouTuber. Oh, well, welcome back, Little Gong. No way! And I'm torn every time something happens. Are you loving it so far, Braver? Who are you romancing in your first playthrough? Chicken badge. Yeah! Duty. Shut up. Oh. $127. Back, is that for Call of Duty? Gray still plays. I don't know that one. Oh, you guys gonna stop being nice to me? Is this the right scene? Okay, hold on. I'll get bigger in a second. I only name my worlds like one thing. I don't know. Reach. Because I love Halo. Let's see if this crashes my stream. What's up, Onryo? Wait, hold on. It's not even full screen. Oh, there we go. Oof. Oof. How do I make this full screen? What is happening? Pumpkin! Pumpkin, thank you very much for the 2 monthlies. What the fudgies? Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewed, and your sub badge. What the hecky? Also, Irish Queen, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Peter Pan, so you! Enjoy your lurky turkey. Also, Ted, thank you for the forehead kissy. Who is being mean? No, literally everyone's being nice, and that's the problem. On today's episode of How Fucked Up Was My Life, turns out to be pretty fucked up. If you could read that, I'd give you a huge hug. Oh, really? Yes, hugs. Let's see. I'm trying to see how to activate this sponsor thing. Also, Circa Bellum, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Hello. Kate is a button. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Circa Bellum. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Wait, hold on. Do you guys mind if I go pee really quickly? I know, Pixel, you just peed, but I also been drinking a lot. I've had like, what, 4 shots? Oh, Irish Queen, do you want cat or dog treats for that one? Cat or dog? Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. Do you guys mind? I'm gonna do this before I start the sponsor segment. Either one? Oh, okay, well, you know what? Since the dogs are here. I know, you heard the T-word! You heard the T-word! Oh, he's a good puppy. So cute. Alright, and I'm gonna go pee. Go pee or hit your knee! If you can... Oh, wait, hold on. If you can read this, you get a hug. Psych. Don't touch me. You all have Shut up, Raven! Alright, I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. Yeah, and then we'll start the sponsor segment. Alright, be right back, be right back, be right back.
Boys talk about how much I hate this map. Sean, thank you for giving us that over. Y'all are so
He's giving me no verse. But no Lightborn. So, you know, here's that. Why are there's not a single pallet? There's not a single, oh my god. How far do I have to run for a pallet? Jesus Christ. That was insane that there's not a single filler pallet. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment. I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, because he's gonna think I went over there. Beep it. Beep it. Nope, he heard me. Damn. Jane, let's go. I get Hatch. He goes into his power? And then I can get the save, because I get the speed boost and then I get the save. Or he's gonna- Oh my god! She let go! Alright, now I get Hatch. On God, I get Hatch. On God, right? Oh! I'm not saying I know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight, but I'm not saying I don't know a thing or two about Dead by Daylight. This hatch win brought to you by Gunner Optics. Use code PIXEL2025. I only had to sacrifice every single one of my teammates, but at the end it was worth it. Thank you, team. Don't talk about milk in front of Sloth. That's a pretty sensitive topic for him. Hey. Hey. I'm funny, chat. I'm funny. Oh, God. Mink! Oh my god, if that hit me, I would have been installed. Alright. I don't know how to set up these heckin' honkin' hooner. Oh, I just got Twitch drops. Oh! Oh! I got Twitch drops for watching a Minecraft stream. Oh! I forgot! You guys get Twitch drops for watching the stream, and you get a Twitch badge for a subby. So I'm probably gonna get the sub in a second, but I want to figure out how to set this up. Oh, shoot. You know what? I actually have to take off the G Fuel stuff because you're not allowed to have, like, any logos.
Congratulations on 5 years as a Twitch partner, Pixel.
What the heck,
Pixel
you?
of less than 3.
Thank you so much! Alexi, thank you for the 4 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fudgies? Thank you so much! Irish Queen, no problem. Do your thing, Chicken Wing. Seriously, thank you so much. Oh, and that's the badge. So the badge that Lexi Heckin' Spooky has, the baby chick badge. That's the badge you guys unlock if you either gift the sub or sub in a stream that's streaming Minecraft. I kind of want to turn off the Ko-Fi stuff too. No?
Are we about to kiss right now?
I'm sorry, Pumpkin. Did you just upgrade your sub? What? Did you just upgrade your sub to a tier 2? No, you didn't. Huh? Enjoy your 100? Count them. Your 100 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the heckies? That's amazing. Thank you so much for the tier 2. What the heckies? Let me turn that up. Oh, really? Oh, hold on. Let me scroll up. I'm barely into it, playing every Sunday, and I've come so close to romancing Gale, but I can't because I come Obi, Gale, Kenobi. Shut up! It's looking like a star in the rogue is being a bit too charming. I love Gale. Gale's my favorite. So I'm team Gale, Obi, Gale, Kenobi, but do your thing. Oh, I'm so happy that you're playing Baldur's Gate. Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. What's up, Moonfire? Oh my god, you guys got me scrolling up now. Moonfire, I hope you're doing so good, homie. Oh my gosh. Also Lapis, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, Unreal! Oh my god, Unreal. I don't know if you're still here, but big ol' hugs for you. I'm so sorry to hear about your uncle. I hope everything's okay. Are you kidding me? Pumpkin, that is seriously so sweet of you. Truly, thank you so much. What the fudgies? That is way too kind. Yeah, I don't know. I've never done one of these Twitch sponsors before. So I'm not like, ugh. You know, it's like, oh, let me do that. Na 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 na. Whoa, whoa. Oh, and no copyrighted music. Okay, okay. So, oh god, what is it? Oh god, what is the music that we have? What's my non-copyrighted music playlist? Oh, where'd it go? I guess I could just turn off the music, eh? Alright, it goes to turn on. Oh, really? I love the Huntress music. Minecraft has music? It does. I'm trying to figure out how to turn on, like, the thing. Requires streaming the following category. I am in Minecraft. Okay. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Channel skin. Channel skin preview. What? Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know what I need to do. Not shield mode. Oh, is it this? No. Stream? No. Community? Sponsorship tools? Activate your sponsored campaign. Is it that? Enable channel skin. Do we have a channel skin on the stream now? Do we have a channel skin? Hold on. Let me put my phone. Let me put my stream on. Yes. Does it look cool? Is it cute? I want to see it. Oh, it is cute. Oh, okay. Okay. Do we hear it? It's green. Back to game. Oh. Oh, hold on. Options. Video settings. VSync on. Yes. Frame rate. 16. What's up, Zinka? Preset fancy. Okay. This should be fun, right? Whoa. Hello. It's been a long time since I played this game. I haven't played since 2020. 2020! Like, I don't know, October, November. No, either November or December 2020. Ooh, also, actually, I want to gift this up really quickly. Do you guys hear music? Where's my music? Options, music, and sounds. Master volume, 100. Why don't I have any music? Do you guys hear music for the game? I would love a super PC. Thank you very much. Hold on, let me gift this up really quickly. Who wants it? I'm joking. It's gonna be random. Oh, don't I have to go to like my channel to do it? I really want this this chick badge. Really? I haven't played Minecraft since 2020, but I used to. Like I started off my como se dice like content creation journey by being a Minecraft streamer. So, for example, like I started off by doing like achievement guides for the. Oh, you got it! You got it, pumpkin. I started off doing achievement guides for like the Xbox. Hey, it worked! And I got my chick badge. Yep. All right, cool. All right, now I can close this. Hell yeah. Hello? All right, cool. It has been, oh my god, it has been so long since I played this game. Oi, jamoy, all right. Oh, okay, I remember. Oh, there's the music, okay. Okay, wow. Gosh, this is giving me flashbacks to, Panda Pants, we're giving a 72 Bad Bunny. Enjoy your emotes, ad review, and your sub badge. And Panda Pants, enjoy your. Oh, look. Oh, wait. Is shift not sprint anymore? Control is sprint? Oh, look at my little character. I used to always have Master Chief as my character. Control's always been sprint. Not when I played Minecraft. You guys have to remember, I haven't played Minecraft on the PC since like 2009, 2010. I know. I used to play back when it was like not even a complete game yet. I used to play this before this game even had sprint. I played this before it even had hunger. Back in my day, there was no creative mode. I always change it to sprint. Oh, you can actually do that? Hold on. Options. Hello? Zinka, enjoy your 90. Goddamn. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Sprint, toggle, hold. I like toggle, yeah. Oh, keybinds. Think of it a 5-monthy, Zinka. What the fudgies? Oh, sprint. Okay. Oh, sneak. There we go. Done. Yes, that's good. That's good. Very good. Very good. Oh, I got a stick. Oh my gosh. This is so nostalgic. 3 raccoons! Yo, 3 raccoons. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. This is so nostalgic. Wow. No Minecraft audio? Is it? Oh, I think it's just really low. Let me turn it up a little bit. Oh, oops, my bad. Make the audio yourself. Is that good? Do you hear the audio better now that I made it louder? Is it solo? I don't know. I think I'm just single player. Freya. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, you know what? I think I have enough stuff. I can make crafting table and all that. Oh God, how do I even? Oh, isn't there? Oh, how did you? You can click it where? Oh, I forgot what it was. There you go. Okay. Wow. You really never forget, eh? Is it shift click? That's how you do it. Okay. Oh, wow. You never really forget it, eh? All right. trying to get my muscle memory back. Again, the last time I played this on PC, oi jamoy. Had to be like 2012 was when I like lost my original Mojang account. Because I wasn't able to remember my original, because I didn't have access to my original email that my Mojang account was a part of. So I wasn't able to, was it, you said shift click? Oh no, it's that, okay. Oh, is it this? Ah, okay. But I wasn't able to transfer my account over back when Mojang like wasn't owning it anymore. I don't remember how it went. All right, let's find some stone, eh? Oh, let's make a spade. Really? Yeah, I don't have access to that one, unfortunately. Oops. I can't remember all the hotkeys. Really? Oh my god, I haven't played Minecraft in so long. And the last time I streamed it was in 2020. You guys probably see like on my Twitch tracker or whatever. Shift click to craft all. Oh, it's the front page, Shinobi. If you stream the Minecraft thing, you get put on the front page. So hi everybody. Oh, there we go. There's some stone. Alright. Let's see if we can find some coal. Some flint coal. I know, Lexi! I'm seriously so gagged for this badge. I've got a bunch of my... Oh, yeah, for watching the stream, right? Will this become a thing now? Me playing Minecraft? I don't know. If they keep doing sponsorships, hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah? Because what is it? It's like it's a bunch of cosmetics, I think. Alright. We got some lovely cobble. I'm trying to get, like, my muscle memory here. Bloop, bloop. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got an achievement. Yep, yep. I agree, Little Gone. I agree. I don't remember how long the Twitch badge is available for. Does anybody know how long the Twitch badge is available for? Oh my god, thank you so much. Be right back. Oh god. What the hecky? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Legal Beagle, thank you for the 3 months. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Okay, is this copper? Oh, what the heck? Inside of these bones. Oh, someone asked, how do you get the badge? Either you gift a sub or you subscribe yourself, but Prime subs don't count, unfortunately. Shinobi, what the fudges? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! A Melodol. Thank you for the forehead kiss. I know! We're playing Minecraft! And we're getting paid to play Minecraft. Isn't that huge? Shinobi, let me know what color kitty cat you'd like. If you'd like pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Or salmon. Or salmon. Oh, you know what? Let me actually take off... What was it? This. Let me turn off this, too. So it doesn't cover my thing. Your choice. Your choice. Let's see. Let's do green, because we did yellow for you before, so let's do green, because there's only one other green. Did you really? You know what? If the thing is, if this... Oh! Bucket armor! Enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge, and also your Twitch Chickie badge. Also, Shinobi, you should get that as well. The Chickie badge. Alright, True Shinobi. Thank you guys so much. But thank you guys so much for the follows. Thank you guys so much for the subbies. Shinobi. Ooh, You know what? Let me see if I could do like a little Minecraft-esque cat. You know what I mean? Little pixels or something. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cute. I'll take it. I'll take it. I have to go to bed. Have a good night, Legal! Everyone say good night, Legal Beagle. Thank you so much for hanging out. Also, enjoy your chicky patch. Look at it, so cute! Also, the music is not on right now. Let's make it, it's really quiet. It's awkward. Oh, I like the 8-bit. Turn on so I can get the skins. I'm starting to work. It's not turned on. Oh my god, my Switch will do that sometimes. Where it just, like, won't turn on. And I'll have to, like, hard reset it or something. It's only midday. Oh, I don't have any coal. Any flint coal? Any achievement hunter enjoyers in here? Oh, okay. I was gonna ask you if you charge it, but I figured that was easy. April 20th, 2:58 p.m. That's such like a random time. Thank you so much for checking that, Lexi. Okay, so okay, got a couple weeks. Was it 2 more weeks, eh? To get the badge. Right, it's open for all partners and I think affiliates too. For the sponsorship. So you're gonna see a lot of people doing some heckin' Minecraft. Was that sandstone? I'm just looking for some coal. You know what? I think I might actually just get some trees, right? Because trees you can burn for coal, no? Meno. A peony? That's so cute. Oh, you know, I should make a, como se dice, axe. Lintona. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Tiny takeover. Yeah, I guess there's something to do with... Oh, I don't have any sticks. Oh, how do you make sticks? Isn't it like this? Hey, okay. Okay. And then... Oh, gosh. It was that. And then it was... Oh, gosh. I think it was... this? Ah, see? She's starting to remember. It's been a long time. Cobalt. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. When is my anniversary for streaming? Sometime in January. But my partner anniversary was on Sunday. So I got partnered 5 years ago this past Sunday. But we're going to celebrate this weekend because I wasn't streaming this past weekend. Yeah, so apparently this sponsor is to shout out all of the new baby animals. What are all the extra baby animals? I'm assuming the chicks have to have something to do with it, right? Lintona, I hope you're doing very well. Happy Wednesday. Once I have enough items, we'll start exploring. Let's see. E. Okay, wrong button. Oops, give me that. Let's make a bloop. Oh no, isn't it like this? Ah. See, we're remembering things. Oh, my bad. They just updated most of all the baby models. Shut up. It's so cute! How does one make coal, or not coal, torches? I don't remember how to make a torch. Is it? No. Oh, wait. No, it's a spade. I don't remember how to make a torch. It's getting dark! 1 stick, 1 coal. I don't have a coal, though. Fudge. Oj, že můj. Can I do this? Does that make coal? I don't remember. I just wanted to have that be lit up. Where's my music? It's so quiet. My luck should never be silent. Oh. Thank you. I appreciate for the lurks, though. Thank you. Make charcoal. I think I'm making it right now, right? Am I? Ah, yes, yes. Perfect. Cool. Come. Actually, you'll stay here. Perfect. Okay. I actually have a little Minecraft torch IRL that I got from, it has to be Think Geek is what I got it from. What is this? Oh, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. What is this? Leaf litter? Oh, Kaya, no! Kaya, mwah, cookie dough, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. I am on survival, yeah. I first played Minecraft when I had my Xbox 360, bought my 360 back and I had a summer student job. Oh my gosh, yeah, I remember the 360. That's how I started doing my YouTube channel, was the YouTube achievements. Okay, I'm on normal, okay. I'm gonna make sure I wasn't on peaceful. So I want to make sure that mobs show up, right? What's up, War? War, we gonna sponsor streams Minecraft. What do you mean? What do you mean? Everyone say hi, War. Hope you're doing so good, homie. We're playing Minecraft. What's up? What do you mean? Meowdy. Hi, Beeswax! Beeswax, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome, and you are one of my favorite lurks. Just so you know. I'm even from beauty school. Oh, I hope you had a great day. I hope you're having a great birthday month. How much Minecraft have you played? Since 2020, 0. But I used to play a lot back in the day. But mostly on the 360, I suppose. Because I lost my account for PC. It's my first time playing on PC. In years. Probably since college. Literally, Beeswax? No, you. No, you. I still have to load up a new instance of heavily modded Minecraft now and then. It never leaves my system. Ooh. Sorry, that was scary. Oh my god.
Pix Super Chaos. Pix Super Chaos. Pix Super Chaos.
Oh, now the music's finally back. Bree, what the fudgies? Thank you for the 8 months! No, there's literally no music. It's literally just me breathing. This music that just started is the first music that we've had since the game started. What the hecky? Bree, thank you for the 8 months. Enjoy your 90. Count him. You're not. You. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes. Your ad-free viewing. Oh man. And your sub page. Okay, bye. I was hoping for a skeleton. Oh yes. Because I want to. Oh wait, hold on. Chill on it. Chill on it. I was hoping for a skeleton because I want to get bones to like get a doggy to love me. You know what I mean? Wait, where? All right, I know it's a wooden sword, but how much health do these things have? Okay. Any bones? So anyways, I started blasting. I'm just scared now. I want a bone! I got... Oh. Oh my gosh. 3 cheeseburgers! I would like a 3 cheeseburger. Do you guys hear the music better? Baby wolves. I want to see a baby wolf. Okay, well, we're going to have to kill some more mobbies. Ugh. Thank God we finally got the music back, though. Is it raining? What the heck? Oh, really, Shinobi? Oh, that's new. Okay. Oh, gimme. Yeah. Also, if I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. I got scared. I want a bone. See, when I play alone, I couldn't with the music. Really? I like the music. Skeletons have no chill, apparently. Come here. Come here, my little kitty. Oh, wait. Hold on, we can talk about this. Ah! Oh, Wait, can I get you to, like, blow up your friend? Oh, hey, alright, chill. Alright, chill. Chill on it! We're getting all this shit, though. I don't remember normal being this, mobby. So anyways, I started, blasted. What's up, Stezzy? Wait, can creepers steal your stuff now? Oh, what's down here? Look at all this stuff. Oh my god. Guys, you had me digging it. You guys had me digging in that hole. Oh my god. And this was here the whole time. Barradur. Shut up. Shut up, Meldon. No, you didn't. What is that? Is that a bat? What the heck? Are they gonna be nice to me? A lava chicken? Is that a thing? Oh my god. Oh, okay, there's critical hits too? What is that? Oh my god. I'm gonna need to find some apples or something. Shoot. Yo, any apples? Okay, is this thing gonna attack me? Hold on. Come here. Come here. I wanna do stuff to you. Come here. Oh, you're so cute. There's actually bats that hang around while I'm walking my dogs out in my town. And they're like, it's kind of scary because, like, you know, they're freaking bats, you know? But at the same time, it's like, oh, they're so cute. But at the same time, it's like, there's freaking bats. Isn't that so dope? I have not played since 2020. I have not played Minecraft on
The dwarves
PC.
delved too greedily and too deep. You know what they awoke in the darkness of Khazad Doom. Shadow and Flame.
I haven't played. Oh! No! Nope. Alright, so I remember spiders always hecking me up. Alright, hold on. Alright, so you said there's something to do with, like, critical hits. Ah! No, you gotta stop. Stop. I'm scared. I'm actually scared. Hold on. I'm fine. Oh, easy. Lucky we didn't panic. So anyways, I started blasting. That's probably better. And then flint coal. There you go. Whoa. What does that have a cooldown? Didn't look like it, did it? Don't stay awake 3 nights in a row. Oh, I need a bed? Woo! Oh, the sun's not gonna kill him. Wait, the sun's not gonna kill him. Wait, it's raining. The sun's not gonna kill him, right? Oh, fudgies. Fudge. Oh, fudge. So anyways. Yo. Okay, he's fine. I went to go ping him, by the way. I went to go ping him. Hey guys, he's over there. I went to go ping him. Is that what that is? It's a cooldown? Is that what that is? Also, thank you for the 100 bits, Kyle. Don't forget, by the way, if anybody wants the little chick Twitch badge next to your name, it's either you gift a sub or you sub to the channel. And then you get the little badge, which is super cute. Okay, hello, homie. Wait, actually, can you come here and do me a favor? Come here. No, hold on. We can talk about this. Hey. Yeah, all right, hold on. Look. Wait, hold on. Wait. All right, hold on. We can talk about this. Hold on. Oh, I'm in a tree. Hold on. Don't worry. Wait. I just need bones to tame dogs, alright? That's all I want. Straight. Yeah, easy, bitch. I'm joking. So anyways. So how many bones do I have? Hello? Kyle! Kyle, thank you for giving somebody to Simply Shmee. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. And Kyle, enjoy your Twitch badge. Oh, hold on, I'm missing messages. Dweeb! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Wait, a stone axe does more damage? Ooh, I don't have a stone axe. Hold on. We're gonna do some inventory things. Hold on. Wait, hold on. How do you... Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I put all my stuff in here. Give me that. Let's do that, and then let's do... Oh, actually, hold on. Let's do that, and then that, and then... Yeah, okay. And then... What are we making? That, and then we're making that, and we're making... What was it? Shift?
Hello?
Ah! Ha ha ha! War! War, they were giving somebody to Audio Blood. Audio Blood, enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes. Oh my god! Bravo Penguin! Guys, thank you so much for the gifted subbies. Enjoy your badges. Anyone who's getting gifted subs, enjoy your emotes. What am I doing? Oh, that's right. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay. Yeah, here. Yeah, here. And then we'll do that. And then we do that. And then we do that. And then we do that. And then I don't really care about this stuff, so get away from me. Oh, I picked it up at it anyway, so. There we go. Yep, yep. I see. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I guess I'll just like use this up, I suppose. Oh no, it's this. There we go. Thank you so much. If you jump hit, oh man, all these strats. I don't think I'm ready. Let's not unlock that. Let's keep that there. Let's see what we got. Is that iron? Oh, hell yeah, brother. Oh, we're in it. Hell yeah. Ooh. Don't you have to, like, smelt it? It's been a long time, guys. Oh, I do. Alright. Let's see. What is that? What is that? Oh. It's like fine. Okay, well, we're not gonna go down there. Hold on.
Hello?
Hello? Raven! Oh my god, Raven, I was hoping that you'd be here so that you can get your little chickie badge, if you haven't already. Yeah, you guys smelled the ores. Man! It's all coming back to me, guys. Thank you guys so much for the help. I really appreciate it. Probably not gonna be, like, building anything crazy this stream, but, you know, you never know. Smelting wood, logs, and charcoal. I did do that because I didn't find any coal for a while. With a better overall energy conversion, it's easier than hunting down coal. Really? Okay. Well, then what am I doing this for? I'm actually just trying to break my wooden axe. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you guys so much for the gifted subbies. I hope you guys enjoy your little chickie badges. And you do get Twitch drops for free just for watching, too, which is pretty nice. We love free shite. They're like in-game cosmetics. I need to find some sheep, because, wait, hold on. We gotta go back. Why don't we stay awake for 3 days in a row? Because that's new to me. Wow! Oh, man! Okay, you know what? I don't want all this. It's too much. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yo,
Hey,
Jacob! Thank you so much for 27 months! Yo, enjoy your 110? Count them. Your 110 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fudgies? Everyone say, hello, Jacob. Let me go cut down the streaks. We need more apples. Oh, also, you get... Ooh, we got something special. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome in. Ooh, actually... Yeah, can I break these down? No, I'm gonna leave them there. I'm gonna leave them there, because that's my... I want to leave my spawn point there. Let me hang out right here for a quick minute. Yo, Valeria, welcome in. I actually have something special because I like the bunnies so much that I started looking for more of those little scratch cards. So for 10 plus gifted subs or thrown gifts or tier 3 subs, they get a scratch card, and it's either a kitty cat or a doggy. So Gay Cop, let me know if you'd like a kitty cat or a doggy. I got both because I thought they'd both be really cute if we got both of them. So they're little scratchy cards, but they're cat shapes or they're dog shapes. This is the doggy one. No, it's the kitty cat one. Is this the doggy one? No, that's cats. Did they only send me cats? That's cats. Are these dogs? These are cats. Wait, hold on. They might only all be cats. You want a cat? Oh, good, because I think they only sent me cats on accident. Which is fine. I mean, I am PixelxKitten. Don't! Listen, make sure you guys take care of yourselves first and, you know, take care of what bills you guys have. These little scratch things are just like an extra way of saying thank you for the people that already go above and beyond, you know, because I'm so grateful. Remember, at the end of the day, the most precious commodity that we have here is time. So you guys spending an amount of time here with me is very, 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 like, it's very humbling. Oh, I think these are the dogs, but they look like cats. But, okay, so I think these are the dogs. I gotta set these aside. All right, those are dogs. These are cats. What the fudge? What's up, Sophie? Well, this one's cute. We'll do this one. Have to go watch your sister and have some shots. Oh, please do! Thank you so much for the sexy sex. Wait, what do you mean who's Bill? What did I say? I don't remember. Oh, she's dusty. There we go. Thank you guys for the hype train. I just noticed. Hello. Choop choop. All right. I'm sorry. Oh my god, do not apologize. You are so Gucci. All right. Ah, oh my god. Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry. You got me! Oh, take care of bills first. Shut up. All right, now you can apologize. Now I will accept your apology. You did say you were going to scare me. I honestly didn't think I was going to get scared. Really? Okay, Cop, if you redeem it, I'll just take away your VIP badge. I'm joking. But thanks for the bits, Shinobi. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, I might have to be like such an artiste with this. I'm not very good at drawing, seriously. Oy. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. What the heck? We're celebrating my 5-year partner anniversary this weekend. Stop being nice to me. Really? Okay, Cop, that's so funny. I'll just take it away from you. I'm joking. Alright, oop. Aww. They're so cute. Oh my god. That scared the hell out of me. Last one. That's a good one. Shinobi, thank you so much. I'm making yours a tabby cat. He's a little tabby cat. Get a sign of G Fuel flavor pumpkin. Do you have anything that you either really, really like as flavors or really, really dislike as flavors? Jacob! Oh, here. Maybe. Oh, hold on. There you go. He's so cute! Also, hi, Rootsy! Rootsy, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. We'll put him up here. Holy. That cat's got a big head. Shinobi, thank you so much for the 50 bits! What the heck is? I need to set a new goal. Bye, Shinobi. Everyone say goodnight to Shinobi. Thank you so much for the bits. Oh, guys, I never did my stretch from earlier. What the heck? Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, That was good. Ooh, anything except grape, and I do like mango. Well, I'll give you one right off the bat, which is, what's it, the Crash Bandicoot Wumpa Fruit? I don't know if that's still in stock, but that one's really good. And if I had to pick another flavor, I would say Pink Drip. Double Omega Extreme VIP. I would say Pink Drip would be the other one I would go for. I remember my Minecraft era. I started off my content creation journey as a Minecraft streamer, believe it or not. Or I'm sorry, not Minecraft streamer, Minecraft YouTuber. There, all of the on my links, like on my YouTube, it's not there. Is it snowing now? What the heckies? Oh no, it's just nighttime again. Oh, thank God. Okay, yo, did I get any apples? Because there's no cows around. Not that I'm looking, really. Oh no. Guys, I'm gonna starve. I can't eat wood. But you can't see them because I made them unlisted. But some of my first YouTube videos are like how to do all the different achievements. Well, oh, you know what? I think one of the achievements that was... Shut up, Raven. I think one of the achievement videos that I did that got like a lot of views was doing the When Pigs Fly achievement back in the day. Oh, you know, I could go fishing! Because I could fish, can't I? Oh, okay. So I'll get food by fishing, but I'll do... Another hole? Okay, I'll do that. Do you have string? I believe I did kill a spider. I do. I have 2 string. How much do I need for a fishing rod? Is it 2 or 3? When Netherite was released? I don't think so. I don't think I did. I really don't think so. Breed, thank you so much for the brand new sub. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And also enjoy your Chicky badge. Also, I'm missing chats. Hold on. Hi, Mooncourts! Mooncourts, happy Wednesday. Also, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Have a good night, Pumpkin! Pumpkin, I hope you have the best night ever. Thank you so much. If I knew people that played this game, I'd never leave my computer. I know Raven either had or still has a Minecraft obsession. Raven! The Stay Frosty. So good. I'm actually drinking... Oh my god. So, I'm drinking the... No, I can talk about it. Okay. I'm drinking the lemon lime 2.0 formula right, or 2.0 formula right now. Oh, Onryo, I'm sending you so much love right now. Mail time. Oh, also, you gotta, no rush or pressure, Gay Cop, but let me know, if you have an idea for an alert to play for you. Not for you, but like War has the... What do you have, War? The... Something and molasses. You know what I mean? You have that. So... Oh, depression. Oh, okay. Potatoes and molasses. Yeah, so... you gotta let me know. Well, you don't got to. You don't got to. But, you know, gotta. Was it gato? Cat is gato. You know, gato. But I think if anybody else deserves one besides War, it would be Gay Cop to get their own custom alert. Yo, take your time. Take your time. No rush. I mean, you're not wrong, but damn, I broke it. Yay. Also, thank you guys for the level 4 hype train. Choo-choo! Thank you guys so much. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. I'm, like, really invested in this now. Planet Crafter's your current obsession, but it's frustrating me. Oh. But I know... Oh! The pumpkin... Okay, if you like pumpkin flavored, you will love it. Can I get a volley? Wait, what does that mean? Can I get a volley? Volley? Am I doing that right? I don't know. What am I saying? Also, why is there no music? Mystic Roses. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. You're Voli? Am I saying that right? Am I doing that right? I could call you Voli. Okay, if I forget, I might forget. Oh, the E at the end. Like, E is in, like, Vern Troyer. E! Or, like, E! You know what I mean? Yeah, if you guys like the pumpkin, then the pumpkin flavor will be delicious. Because it just tastes just like, you know, pumpkin. I want to put it in, hot water. Because I bet it tastes like pumpkin, what was it, like tea or something? Jackie, do you have any flavors that you're like, oh man, I love these flavors, or any flavors you're like, ugh, I hate flavors? Like, I hate coconut, for example. Hi, Stanley! Stanley, you are very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. Ever tell Stanley the same? You're very into fruity? Okay, well, my knee-jerk reaction is the Tetris one. The Tetris Blast one. Because there's a 2.0 formula, and it is so good. It's very fruity. It's like a candy fruity. If you like lemon lime, it is the one I'm drinking right now, and it is so delicious. So I'm a little biased there, I suppose. I got my Ingies. Should I just do... Yeah, right? No, come here. Wait, come here. I think I should just do that, right? Like, obviously. Right? Yeah, did you have it in the 2.0 formula? It's a huge difference in the 2.0 formula. Like, I never thought it would be, like, as good as it was. But it's even better. Oh, man, how do I make this? I don't remember. Shoot, it's 3. Don't I need 3 string? Oh, does this tell me? Oh! I was close. Okay. Cool. Oh, what? This thing just tells you how to do it and it just makes it for you? What? This is new. I've never had this before. What? The metal Gundam shaker? Mine's broken. Mine leaks. So now it just sits there and looks pretty. Ugh. Narway. Okay, well, let's see what the weather's like. Or not the weather, the daytime. Okay, well, it's not daytime, so that's a problem. I want to cover this up because I'm gonna fall. I feel like so weird just like sitting here just breathing. Well, there's no music. Oh gosh, I don't remember how to fish. All right, hold on. Make sure no one's gonna, like, stab me in the butt. Okay. I forgot to fish. I wonder if it's different now. Will I see a fish? I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be different. Okay. Well, are they biting? I can't tell. Oh, what's that? What's that? Is that a fish coming? Oh! Oh! Oh, how exciting! Okay, chill. All right. That's so exciting! Okay. That was easy. Okay, you don't need to go that far. Do I need to go that far? Okay, so it's coming up. We're good. I just need to make food. I remember, actually, fun fact, this was actually one of the achievements I filmed back when I was a Minecraft YouTuber, was how to catch and cook a fish. That was part of the Achievos. Any Achievement Hunter fans in here used to watch Achievement Hunter's fishing jamboree videos? I do need to make a bed. I do. But I need to get food first. Wait, so what happens if I stay awake through another day? Rooster Teeth? No, Achievement Hunter. Achievement Hunter did the, well, I mean, it's 6 to 1, half a dozen to another, right? But Achievement Hunter did the fishing jamboree. Oh. So fishing's, like, slightly different, right? Phantoms? Really? Oh, no. Let me get one more fish. Okay. Oh, I can't run anymore. Oh, no. Really? Okay, so I don't have a bed though. What if I just die? Would it be okay if I just died? At night. Alright. Rotten flesh! What? What the heckies? At night. Cooking up a crusty crab at night. Hi, Oreo! Oreo, you were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Everyone tell Oreo how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. I hope you're doing so good, homie. Fish. Alright, let me eat my fishy. How much? Oh, that really does not do nearly as much as I was hoping for. But I will get full eats, right? Okay. Well, now I can run again. Yippee! Okay. Let's try to find some sheep. Just so I could find my way back home. Is that gonna set on fire? Die! 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 Oh. Nice. Burned? At night. Alright, so we found a piggy. That's great. Let's light this up and then light this up. I just want to be able to, like, find my way home because I know I'm going to lose myself. Oh, dude, no, come here! Wait, but I don't want you. I want a sheep. Oh, don't I need, like, shears? Some Ed Sheeran? I don't have... Oh, no. I don't have any shears. So I'm going to have to find... What is it? 3 sheep? Oh, there's the music. Yippee. I can murder them, but won't they only drop, like, 1 wool? Well, I found... a rose. Oh my god! Oh, did you say I could, like, jump and attack or something? Dead. Okay, this is so much better than fishing. Any sheep on the horizon, guys? I don't want to go that far, I'm not gonna lie. They can drop 1 to 3. Okay, so I can get lucky with just 1 sheep. That's huge. I remember in my very first time playing, again, this is before there was hunger. This is before there was creative mode. This is before there was a sprinting back when I used to play. And I found a pink sheep. And I didn't know how rare a pink sheep was back in the day. Yo, pink sheeps were rare as fudge. It was so cool. I found something so rare, like one of my first times playing. They drop mutton. Okay, well, this is actually great because I have so much food now. So even if I don't find a sheep now... Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Pray for 3. Pray for 3. Oh my god! Look at all of them! Oh, you're so dead. Oh, you're so dead. Give me 1 more. Nope. Come. Come. This is so exciting. Oh my god. Oh, I remember making a cake was also part of the achievements I did in the achievement guides. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, no, I want the egg. I want this. I don't want that. Give me the egg. Hell yeah. Alright, I think there was 1 more sheep over here. No? Men, no? Whoa! Look at all of them! Okay, we're gonna go back and we're gonna make a bed. Another egg! Let's go! I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago. I was there the day the strength of men failed. Isildur, hurry! Follow me. I led Isildur to the heart of Mount Doom, where the ring was forged, the one place it could be destroyed, cast into the fire. No. It should have ended that day, but evil was allowed to endure. There's no strength left in the world of men. Scattered, divided, leaderless. There is one who could unite them. One who could reclaim the throne of Gondor. He has something from that path long ago. He has chosen exile. Okay, so where was my house? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, yes. Okay, but like, okay, we're getting distracted. Hold on. Where? No, it was this way. It was this way. Okay, English. What? Also, hi, Shadowhawk! Wait, come here. I'm gonna do stuff to you. Okay. I think it's this way. I don't know where any of my torches are. Okay. I can't run anymore. This is the problem. Hi, Mira! Everybody say hi to Mirapa right now. If you guys don't say hi to Mirapa, you get to ban everyone who doesn't say hello to you. Okay, so this is a problem. So anyways, he had turned from that path long ago. Thank you. He has chosen exile. Thank you, his path. So, I thought I knew exactly where I was and where I came from. I thought just keep the sea to my left. Or right. And then I'd be home again. Guys, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I found it. Okay, we're good. See? See? You see that one random torch? Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, past Pixel. You guys are like, oh, Pixel, you're so stupid putting them randomly on a tree. No, because that's how I found my home. Heck you guys. I am never lost, ever. I don't know why you guys would think I'd be lost. Oh, let's make a bed. Okay, something bed, right? Isn't it like just wood or something? Isn't it just like blep blep blep? And then is it planks or is it? Oh, it is. No way. Easy. Cool. All right, let's go put it over here. Your base is beachfront property. Wouldn't it be easier to cut down trees and? Oh. Ow. Sorry, I got distracted. I want to put my bed. I know exactly what cool one I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it right here. Right here. Nice little bloop. Bloop. There you go. Oh. Respawn point set. Perfect. Alright, hold on. Let me just good morning. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Alright, let's cook some pork. I can't believe there's a crafting book. That's so cool. Alright, so now I feel like I have such a good base. Literally. Let us bloop 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 bloop. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. Let's do that and let's just make another one because I like having big ones. Yes. And then we'll put it I don't know, right here. Perfect. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop. What do I do with copper? I've never worked with copper before. Bloop and bloop bloop and bloop. I have 64. Jesus Christ. There we go. Okay. I don't need this wool, no. I don't know what to do with copper. For because I have a realm that I run. I don't know what that means. Are you asking if you could promote your realm? I don't care. I don't know. I don't play this game. Sure, I don't know. Go for it. Mods, if that was a bad idea, I'm sorry. Oh, I just realized I can't see my mod chat right now. I can see my my mod chat now, and I'm catching up. Huh? What the fudge? All right, actually, let's put this in there, and let's go check on the other stuff. Oh, I gotta eat. Look at that. Hey, you know what? It's their prerogative if people want to join. There you go. Don't look at where the creepers blew up. Perfect. What do I do with rotten flesh? Can I do anything with that? Can I like, feed that to an animal or something? Okay, so I have so much stuff now. You know what? I kind of want to find some more iron, because I only have an iron pickaxe. And I would like to find more iron. Oh, that's right. Okay. I don't know if I should dig here or dig where I found all the... Oh, okay, chill. Where I found all those animals. It gives you a tummy ache? Yeah. Because, like, it makes you, like, it poisons you, right? Or whatever? What is this? What is this? Diorite? What is that? Alright, well, never heard of that before. Can you feed it to animals? Oh, that scared the hell out of me. I don't really want to use my iron pickaxe right now, I'm not gonna lie. Well, I mean, it lasts forever, right? Yeah, iron pickaxe lasts forever, no? Don't feed diorite to your animals? Why would I give them that? Is that a concern? Oh, really? Should I just eat it anyway to see what happens? You asked? Yeah, but like, what do you do with that? What do you do with that? I did ask about diorite though. Oh, is this driving people crazy with how I don't really have a pattern for digging? Does that drive people crazy? I want to bother people. Should I just like dig down? Will that also bother people? I'm sorry, I'm joking. I was hoping to bother somebody. Thank you, Mira. Thank you for being bothered. I want someone to be upset by what I'm doing. I deserve to upset somebody. Gabby! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Is an excuse me? What is it? Not my Christian Minecraft server. I can say that now! Not in my Christian Minecraft server. Sorry. I got really excited. How long has that been there? Oh, I can make shears now. I can make Ed Sheeran. Oh, I really want to do a diggy down. Oh, can't I, like... Can't you crouch? Oh, that's right. That's right. You can crouch and you won't fall. That's right. I remember. A bucket. Do I need 2 for a bucket? Yo, it's dark. Oh! Hi, Velia! Velia, I have not seen a single baby anything. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to be down here anymore. I just remembered I left the oven on, and I'm too scared. I found 2 iron. I'm happy. I can make a sword. You need 3? For what? I forgot what we're talking about. Oh, for a bucket? Yeah, you need 3 for a bucket, but I need 2 for shears. But since I made a bed already, I think I'm good. Is it a Realm or a Java old school server? Ooh, I don't know. I think I'm in Java. I want to say I'm in Java. Okay. Sweet dreams. What happens if I do this? Cool. Oh, that's right. That's a half space. I forgot. So my bed's just like floating there? Cool. Cool. All right. Well, let us... Wrong button. I don't want that. I want that. Raw iron. Oh, yeah. No. You come here. You go in there. You come to mama. Ugh. Oh, no. Wait, can I make bunk beds? I only have 1 more wool, though. Oh, Wingstop. Oh, that's right. I think my schmelter over here has my copper. Is there no music in this game? Because I hate just, like, listening to me breathe. Oh, I lied. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, I got my chimkin. Alright, well... Shoot. How do you make a map? Isn't it, like, books and paper? Oh, I need sugarcane. Well... Holy! Look at all of them! Oh, come here. Come here, you fat bastard. Come. Come here. Oh, come. Oh, okay. Sorry. I got excited. Sorry. I got excited. Okay, hold on. Come here. Come here. Oh, who's gonna get it? Look at that big one right there. Oh, bite it. Oh, man. Why is there no music? It's so quiet. Oh! Come on, you're right there. Oh, I see him. Come. Idiot. I'm an idiot. We don't talk about Bruno. I thought the rapture was about to happen. Did you guys hear that music? I thought I was about to get raptured. That was very loud for no reason. I don't know if that was as loud for you guys as it was for me, but it was pretty loud for me. We don't talk about Bruno, no. Alright. What did I put in here? Oh, the iron, right? Hell yeah. Alright, cool. Well, I think that's enough for travel. I think we should just go traveling. It's midday. I don't have a sword. I have a sword. You guys are worried for no reason. I have whatever this is. Should I make something with this? That's dope. Oh, I could just do this. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Yeah, YOLO. A spear? Oh, I can make shears? Oh, wait, no, don't make shears. I don't want to make shears. Yeah, sure, YOLO. Cool. I'm sure that won't get hot. I guess. Because I just made one. Alright, so we're gonna... I remember playing hide and seek back in the day on Minecraft, and I used to get shears. I used to this is my favorite hide and seek spot. I would do this. I would hide right here, and I would crouch because then it hides your name, and I put the leaves back on top, and that's how I played hide and seek when we used to play hide and seek. Fun fact. Yeah, did you guys know? You guys grabbed a copper. Yeah, where have you guys been? I have no idea. I have no idea. I did not have copper back in my day. What am I looking for again? Oh, I'm looking for babies. What is that? What is that? What is this? What is... Oh, I can't wait to murder you. Oh, you're so cute. They're turtles. What do you drop? Oh my god. I've never seen a turtle before. This is so cute. Murder. Yo, you gonna make a baby or what? Oh, watch out. What did it just drop? Seagrass. Alright, well, I'm gonna kill your friend because I know you guys mate for life, so let me just put her out of her misery. Alright. Sorry. Oh, it's alright, sweetie. It's alright. There are no witnesses around to see what I'm doing to you. Oops. Hold on. Hold on, lady. Hold on. Whoa! Alright. So anyways, apparently turtles drop seagrass. There's turtles everywhere. What's this? She's good. Listen! They were so... More turtles! Why don't you come up here? Come up on dry land. Come on. Come up. See what happens. Come on. Bet you won't. Bet you won't come up on the dry land. Yeah. This is my town. This is my turf. That's right. And watch yourself. That was so... I've never seen a turtle before. That was so exciting. What is that? What is that? That looks like a beehive. Hold on. Shut up! Can I kill it too? Come here. Where are you? Oh, come here. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, die. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's more. Oh. Why are you attacking me? What did I do? Oh, no. Wait, why are they mad? What did I do? Dramatic. Oh, does milk cure you of bee stuff? Wait, hold on. I swear to God. Oh, there it is. Wait, what do I do with this? Do I just... Oops. Oh, it just disappears? I don't, like, harvest anything from it? That's lame. Oh, sorry. I got scared. Well, hope those bees find their dad. So, bees attack you. Fun fact. That was terrifying. That was awesome. I want more bees. I want to see if I can get honey. All right. What do we got? I'm not gonna lie. I'm a Minecraft streamer now. To be solitary animals? Really? I think it's bi. There are foxes that could have... neutralize all status effects. I remember there being something like with witches. Like, I remember seeing, like, witches. I don't want to die. There you go. Well, oh, okay. Well, I must be close to home because I found torches. That's good. That's good. All right, I found base. Base! See, the system works, guys. You need a campfire. Sing around the campfire as we sing our campfire. Okay, what if I make a house and it's a tree house? What do you guys think? Because this and this right here and this right here would be a really fun, like, base for a tree house. I'm not gonna lie. What wood do I have? Ugh, 19. That's it. Because this would be a really good spot for a base. You know what I'm saying? Right here. What about shears? Oh, I need shears for the leaves, no? Right? And a dock? That's so smart. And like you said, beachfront property. I like how you guys keep calling this vanilla. Flame, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. We're currently playing Minecraft. We're doing a sponsorship with Minecraft right now. Welcome in. Welcome. Oh my God. Dizzle of the Dead 7 minutes ago. Mwah, mwah. I'm so sorry, Mr. Forehead Kissy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What's up, Flame? Hi, Carjar. I hope you guys are doing so good. Everyone say hello to the raiders. Everybody go follow Flame. Flame, what were you up to? I got cat hair in my mouth. Oh, also, for anybody who likes cats, do you guys like cats? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, my music almost turned on. Do you guys like cats? Hold on, I got a gift for you. Hold on. Hello! You want to say hello, Muffin? She was laying down in her box, so. Hello, this is my cat. And it's my cat Midnight. She was sleeping in her box, and now she's, like, really confused as to why Mommy woke her up. I'm sorry, do you want to go back to your box? Thank you for the follow. Oh, that's her. That was her. Okay, we'll go back to her box. All right. Everyone say, bye, Midnight. Bye, Midnight. She's such a good girl. All right, there you go. Back in your box. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, she's back sleeping. Really? Oh, that's just for you, Flame. Just for you. Midnight is my favorite little girl. She's my favorite little girl. I love her so much. Everyone go follow Flame. Flame, please make sure you do your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, and namis and babbies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. And seriously, thank you so much. Well, okay, I didn't mean to do that. Thank you so much, Raid. I really appreciate you. Oh! Flame! Thank you so much for getting this up to Carjar. Carjar, enjoy your 90... Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. And Flame, enjoy your little chickie badge for Minecraft. Anyone who either subs or gifts a sub that's not Twitch Prime will get the little chickie badge for Minecraft. So that's pretty cool. Thank you so much. Oh, Kajar, enjoy your emotes. That's so sweet. Thank you guys so much. Oops. Oh, you know what? That's actually fine. That is super fine. Yeah. Okay. You know, I'm gonna need to make it more wood actually. But let me get the base down. I'm gonna start making the base of my tree house. Thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see you and I appreciate you. Seriously, welcome. Bloop, 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 bloop. Play DBD. Wait, Cherries, are you doing survival or kill it, or what are you up to right now? Yeah, I think this is good. This is good. Little tree house. Oh, let's do a little bloop, and then bloop, and then let's do a little bloop, and then bloop, and then let's do a little. Yeah, that's fine. Hi, Alice. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate you. So, oh yeah, 6 times. We did, I think, what, 4 games of DBD earlier, and then we swapped to the DBD, the Minecraft segment. You know what? Actually, I might leave that there and have like a little bloop. Yeah. And then, how big does this go? Oh, actually quite large. That is nice. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I like that. Okay. And then we'll do, yeah. I'm gonna have to go get my bed. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Alright. And then let's, oh, perfect. Do that for right now. That is perfect. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to go get my bed. The event bonus too, yeah. Oh my god. Ooh, are you working on any P100s right now? I have my Ashley J. Williams at Prestige 98. Oh, this is good. And this is a good, like, nice way down too. I could jump down. Okay, so we have our little base floor of our tree house right here. Yeah, I'm liking it a lot. You know, I am just gonna put these here just because I can. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. Any mobbies wanna fight me? I feel ready. I feel ready to fight somebody. You know? I got my copper sword here. Oh, I did sleep, right? So I'm good? Oh, really? No way! Well, Cherries, welcome in. I do a variety of games, but DBD and... I guess you'd say DBD is probably my main game, right? DBD is my main game. I do a lot of Outlast Trials. Oh no! Oh my god! I forgot how fast these little buggers were. Come and get me. No, come. Ooh, okay, hold on. Chill. It's not that serious. I don't think this is the tiny babies that we were talking about, but thanks to the rotten flesh. Anywho. DBD, ESO, Fortnite, and Minecraft, no way! That's awesome. Well, welcome in. Happy to have you here. I do, what else would you say I do? Oh! Hello, lovely. Oh, I'm actually scared. Hold on. Don't. Whoa! Christmas! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in! Everyone go follow Christmas. Welcome in, lovely. How was your stream? What were you getting up to? Oh, fine. Fall. Oh, I see a spider too. Oh no. That's fine. I can take you both on. Think I can't? For Christmas! Oh my god, thank you so much! Oh, okay, you know what? Actually, this is fine. I was, okay, I'm a little worried. What's up, friend lalas? Hi, Christmas. Welcome in, Raiders! Oh. Oi. Hold on, chill. It's not that serious. You need to go. Oh my god, okay, hold on, chill. I need to get that spider, too. Because that spider will give me some lovely string. Okay. Wow, the health regens so quickly. gonna stop. Oh, yeah. Yes! For Christmas! Have a good night, Dragon. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, that's smart. P3 and Adepts. Makes sense. Wait. Royal Tiger, what did you just say to me? You can make bundles? What? Like little, like, knapsacks or something? Oh, wait, where did that spider go? If you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. Oi! My name is PixelxKitten. I play a variety of games, and today we're doing a sponsor stream with Minecraft to show off their, like, little tiny babies. I'm playing on, like, just, like, regular Java or whatever, like the OG, because that's all I know, you know? I haven't played Minecraft for many, many years, and I haven't played on PC even longer, because I used to play on the Xbox 360. And that's actually where I started doing my content creation journey. Like, I was a Minecraft YouTuber doing YouTube tutorials on how to get the Xbox 360 achievements back in the day. So that's super fun. So it's kind of like weird playing Minecraft again, especially on the PC. 64, if anything. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, there's so many new things that I'm like totally unawares of because it's all new. That's very, very cool. But yeah, everybody go follow Christmas. Christmas, if you need to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please get your post-stream self-care and get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies and bevies, and go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. I have 3 cats. I have 2 dogs, and I also have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. Oh, copper golems. Wait, I know that you can make golems. Oh, don't you need like a oi! Don't you need like a pumpkin to make a golem or something? Oh, I can't remember. Oh, this is not good. Oh, you guys are worried. For what reason? For what reason, Master Chief? You guys were so worried. I was worried. I was really worried. Thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate you. Oh, you can dye like the baggies different colors? That's cool. I only have a red flower right now, and I did pick up a peony, peony. Ooh, spider eye. Don't you need that for like crafting or something? I forgot for what though. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's fine. Actually, I need to keep him outside so that he gets set on fire. I don't want him to get covered by trees. I don't want him to live. Oh wait, where'd he go? Ah! All right, son, do your thing. Hello, set on fire. Fire, fire. Oh, don't I have like copper ingots in here? Hello? Ah, thank you. Yes! Give me bones! I would really love to find some wolves. Or some kitties. Don't you have to give them fish for cats? Your sword, if you let the little sword bar fill up, you'll have more. Wait, hold on. Wait. Ah! No, they're not. They don't like water, right? They don't like water. Yeah, idiot, idiot, idiot. Yo, you're so scary. You're actually so scary. Hold on, hold on. You're actually like super scary. What the fudgies? Wait, come and get it. Come and get it. Come and get it. He's actually. Oh! A slender man. Is he dead? He didn't drop any gubbins. What a selfish little twat. No gubbies. That's rude. Did he like teleport and he died? There's like gubbies or somewhere else. They do that, you know? Just a second. I really want to make sure I find my base. This is really important to me. Oh no, where he is. No! Oh, man. Oh, no! No! You're such a... Get over here. No, no, no. Come, come, come. Come quick. Come quick. You lulled me into a false sense of security. Come quick. Come, come. Is he still aggroed on me, by the way? Okay, hold on. Chill, chill, chill. We're not that serious. Not that serious. Wait! Where'd you? Did you say I was too juicy? You know what? You know that happens. You know what? You gotta be careful about being too juicy. So look at this little coward. He just sneaks up out of nowheres. Oh, Cherry, what is it? What is... I have to make another sword. I'm afraid this guy's gonna come up and sneak something up my butt again or something. Alright, we're cool, right? We're cool? I don't think you're cool. I don't... I'm so scared now. Alright. Holy. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh, you know what? Hold on. How many bones do I have? I have 4 bones? Oh, really? Oh, that's so cute. I didn't know. Wait, you said Ender Lady. I didn't know that they like look different based on off their gender. That's so cute. You know what? Oh, that's what I was doing. I was building my tree house. Guys, I'm getting so distracted. All right, well, I'm gonna start taking away. Oh, here, let me start sorting my gubbies. I swear to God, I hear something sizzling. Jesus. All right. I'll start cutting down. Oh, you? What secrets are you hiding? Is that the last one? I think that may have been the last one. Okay. I want to do that tree. I want to do the little trees. They don't. Oh, you just call them ladies. That's fair. So I'd believe it if they added the different genders. I think that'd be interesting. Hopefully these drop some apples too. Can you make like golden apples or something? I don't really need this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't really know if I want this wood in my tree house. The whatever wood this is called. Whatever that's called. Whoa! What did I just do to it? I just like debarked it. What the fudgies? What purpose does that serve? What does that do? Do I have anything in my inventory? What does that do? You stripped it? Ah! Ah! Did you get a friend? Did you get a friend? No way! Okay, what is that sound? Okay, you gotta stop. And he didn't drop anything. I don't see any gubbies. That's so disappointing. Man. Oh, it's just for decoration? Interesting. Oh, it looks so ugly. Wait, so what happens if I do it to a regular tree? Ew. Oh, that's hideous. Can you take it back? Oh. Does it grow back? That's ugly. Oh, it's so ugly. I did get an apple, though. That's exciting. It doesn't? Oh, no. Oh, I could replace it though. That's so funny. Oh man. I am grateful for the spawn though. The spawn is really nice. Alright, well I got a lot of gubbies. How many? 27? Oh, that's not nearly as much as I wanted actually. Can I eat this? Eat it. Eat it. No, I can't. Okay. No, trust in the right build. It's cute and smooth. Really? I don't like it when it's out in nature like that. Oh, there goes all the leaves. Hi, Tiny Tiger. Tiny Tiger. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Let's see. Yeah, I'll get rid of these birch. These birch trees. Oh, nice. How you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I've been having some really bad like PTSD episodes this week. Yikes! I do know 2 triggers as to why I've been having them this week. I'm not gonna share what they are because I don't want anyone to be like, "Whoa, you got triggered by this. Here's this that gets you more triggered." You know, like you know how people can be mean on the internet. Not you. Just saying like the general internet. So I've been having some really blech PTSD episodes this week, so that's been fun. But besides that, I've been okay. I still have to do my taxes, though. How are you doing? All right, we gotta get this tree out of here. It's so ugly now. What do you mean, new recipe? With ugly tree? Oh, I don't have another axe. Well. Leaves can be used in a composter? What? No way! God, I remember bone meal being so annoying to get because I always wanted my bones for dogs, but you needed bone meal from the bones. That is so cool. Wow, that makes it so easy. I love it. Cool. Okay. Perfect. Oh, hold up. Perfect. Oh yeah, what should I do with these ingies? Maybe I could do that, right? Oh, what is this? A nuggie? What do you want a nuggie for? Alright. What can I make? A lead? Oh, let's just... yeah, let's just make a full, like, set. Why not, right? I have plenty of, Camosa Dice copper, right? Might as well. What's up, Swole Nerd? Thank you for the 4 kissy. Interesting, Cherry. No way! Oh, Tiny Tiger, that's awesome. Which weekend? Mother's Day weekend. When is Mother's Day weekend? You can make candles? What the hecky? Oh, what's this? A loom? Shut up. What the heck? Pink dye. How fun! Oh, it's getting dark in here. May 9th. Okay. Got you, so a month away. Oh, okay. Now, how do I get beeswax? Is that from killing the bees, or is that from killing hives? Because I did not kill the bees when I saw them. I ran away like a little scared little girl. Ooh, I missed. Ooh. Oh, okay, you know what? Pretend like that didn't happen. I would love to find another beehive, though. Oh, you know what? I don't have... There we go. That's what I want. Oh, this is nice. Look at that! What is lit up over there? Also, I do declare I see a cactus. These guys don't aggro on me, no? Okay, what is over here? There's like, something's lit up. Yo, what's up, DJ? Bottles for honey. Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? I think it might die. Oh, I have an iron sword. It should be fine. What is that? Those look like fireflies, maybe? They're firefly bushes. That's so pretty. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Okay, I don't know how to do this thing. He's attacking? He's attacking the spot. He's attacking the skeleton. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love you. You're my favorite. I would keep you as a pet if I didn't have to kill you. So how do I... Oh, hold on. Do you have a Discord? Oh, sorry. I do have a Discord. Exclamation point Discord. It is locked behind a 1,000 channel points, which are free to get, right? But it's just so that we can protect our server to make sure, you know, no weird people. Not insinuating that you're weird people, but you know how it is. Wait! Oh, you're gonna blow up. Don't blow up. Yeah, look at yeah. Oh, don't you get like gunpowder from them or something? What is this? What is this? Oh, it's kelp! Oh, okay. I could probably eat that, right? Maybe? Compliment DJ. You were literally the hottest, the tallest, the most handsomest person in this entire room. And you're literally my favorite person in this entire room right now. In case anyone was curious, you. It's you are literally my favorite. Thank you so much for being here. Look at all this kelp! My diet kelp? You forgot my diet Dr. Kelp? I remember chocolate. I always hated it. Smoked kelp. This is a cool little space, isn't it? My diet Dr. Kelp. Oh, you know what? That's the pizza episode. The Krusty Krab. Wait, what? Can I bone meal kelp? Interesting, interesting. I don't think I want to do anything on this island, but I just liked seeing it. The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. Wasn't it like the 3rd episode that came out or something? It's an old episode. Oh, the fly bushes. I kind of want to put them around my house. I wonder if do they still light up? Life isn't healthy, but everything, so I'm not going to give up ever. DJ, that is actually really nice. That's actually a really good quote. It is really lovely. Okay. Let me out. I forgot. Shh. I don't know if I want to fight them. Okay. 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 Let the sword fill up. Oh, okay. I think I'm understanding the let the sword fill up thing. Ah. Oh. I finally understand it. I did not understand it, and now I finally do. I understand the letting the sword fill up. I wasn't getting it at first, and now I get it. Ooh. Thank you. It only took me like 20, like, million years to figure it out. Ah! My butthole. You know. I'm gonna go to bed. See you guys bye. Not here. That's not my bed. I should block that up. I gotta find more iron. I don't have any iron. Woo! Easy. Easy breezy lemon peasy. Alright, let's put some stuff away. Let's put some gubs away. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, I can make a bow. You can stay with me. I'll use up that. That's fine. What do you have in here? Nothing. I don't know if I want to mine or explore or build my house. I really don't know. Well, I mean, I just went to daytime, so I'll go out to the day. Oh, you little shite. Look at you hanging out in your little shade. You little cheater. Cheater, cheater, blumpkin eater. That's right. I'm gonna get you. Wait! Let the sword fill up. Let the sword fill up. Nice. Nice. Alright, where was my house? Oh, there it is. That is nice. Can't I get vines from something too? I remember vines being a thing. Wait. Perfect. Perfect. To mine or to craft. See, you get me. You get me. Oh. Oh. Oh, is this your doing? Was this your doing? That's fine, actually. That's actually fine. So, no leaves up top. I got it. Okay. That is so fine, actually. Because this is nice. I really like this. Let us do... You know what? Yes. Oop. Little bitch. Let's do a little... That? I kind of want you right there, too. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yes. I like that a lot. Yes. Alright, now where are you going to connect to? You're going to connect right here. Yes. So now there's an extension of my house. And then... There. And then... Man, I better not light any candles in this house. Yeesh! Yeah, no, telling... Oh my god, thank you. I did... So, someone told me about the sword things earlier. Like, I think of spades and someone else had told me about the sword things earlier, and I didn't get it. Now I get it. The girls that get it, get it. The girls that don't. And I was one of the girls that didn't get it. I don't think I need this. Yeah, that's fine. What? Oh, that scared the heliance out of me. That's fine. I wanted to break that anyway. Okay. Oh. Let's do bloop, and then let's do bloop, bloop. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Let's do... Yes. Oh, I'm out of wood. Okay. That's fine. This is looking kind of nice. Yeesh. Alright. What... Let's kind of... Yeah, let's get you down. What's up, Loops by Leah Bear? Shut up. I love your name. Oh my god. My little Leah. Loops by Leah Bear is so cute. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I've had a pretty rough week. I have nothing to eat. Oh, I need to kill more animals. Alright. Let's go slay some beasts. Oy. Hope we can find something to kill. I hope you're doing so good. Holy crap. Loose by Leo Bear. So cute. Do you think I'll get lucky finding little piggies again? Vines. How do I get you? Oh, do you say is shears how? Oh, it is shears how I get that. Damn. You're right. Ugh, damn. Okay, well, I won't faff about with that anymore. Dang. Okay. Looking for anything to eat. Any mammals? Oh, I could fish again. I could fish again. I don't really want to fish again. Fishing takes too long. I swear there used to be music in this game. Like, more than just the 30 seconds a day we've been getting it. I swear to God that there used to be music in this game. Hello, lovely. Oh, I see the mobs. I see you. Come here. Come. Perfect. All right, I see you. Let me get you. And then... Whoa! Aren't brown sheep super rare too? Or is that different now? Because brown sheeps used to be super rare. Brown and pink sheeps used to be really rare. Oh, this is so good. We're getting mutton from these guys, right? Mutton. Look at all these eggies! An hour before, because apparently at some point... Oh, no! Ah! Well, loops. Mwah. All right, I'm going to call you Leah. I love it. Oh, I love your username. It's so good. I've done that before. Where... I actually, no, I started using Opera GX. I'm not using it right now. But I was using Opera GX, and, like, my streams would be so far behind. Okay, War, thank you so much for teaching me this. This is so much easier. Holy crap. And I'd just be so far behind from the stream. It was like, oh, it was so embarrassing. I can go diving? Brown is more common? Oh, really? I was getting excited. Oh, there's our 30-second of music. Is this where home is? Look. Is home over there? I'm so glad that I put these torches down because I'm not gonna lie, I thought home was that way. Well, I guess we'll go this way. I literally thought home was this way. Oh my god. What was that? I think that was a bat? No way home is right here. Shut up. I literally thought home was that way. I'm so glad I put these torches down. No, you're so right, and thank you so much. And I'm sorry for everyone who was trying to teach me that before, and I wasn't understanding. Because I really was not understanding the rules. Roads. Take a shovel to the dirt and right-click. Shut up. Oh! No way! No, it's hideous. So fun. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh my god! Go fish the old-fashioned way? Wait, by diving? Stop killing my grass. I don't know. Walk all over the grass. Slap my pee-pee all over it. What? Cool. Alright. Put some mutton in there. Cool. We got some leather! No way. Cool. Okay. Well, that was great. Let me get some more food, and then we'll go back out again. We'll go that way. That way. Also, bundle? I don't want to make a bundle, though. Oh! Okay, that's how you do it. Gotcha. Oh, I can make another bed! Oh, bunk bed. Cool. This feels nice. It feels nice. Playing Minecraft again. This is really nice. Thanks for hanging out with me playing Minecraft, guys. I think we're past the 1 hour that I needed for the stream, too. So now we're just chilling. It's so fun. Oh, I'm glad. I'm so glad. I know it's probably, like, infuriating to watch someone play a game that... Like, especially, like, if you know what you're doing and, like, you're watching someone play the game that has, like, no idea what they're doing. I'm sure it's super infuriating. I'm sorry for that, but... Listen, we're having a good time, right? Hey! Royal Tiger! Hell yeah! Yeah, so, once people do join the Discord, I think there's, like, a 10-minute cooldown before you can say anything in the Discord. But, besides that, you guys should be Gucci. And then if you guys link your Discord to Twitch, you guys can use you guys can be access if you guys are subbed, you guys can be access to the sub only lounge, the sub lounge. I don't think I mean, technically we're still doing the Minecraft sponsor, but we don't have, this is past the hour that we needed. Oh, well, look who came to the wrong side of the woods. Goodbye, sheep. Oh, if you send me a Discord friend request, no offense, I'm just not gonna accept it because I only accept friend requests from people that I don't know. But if you're in the Discord, feel free to share whatever Minecraft builds or whatever, or really anything you guys want in the Discord. I Minecraft in cycles. When was the last time you Minecrafted? I like how it's like Minecraft is a verb. It's dark. I'm gonna go home. No! Oh my god, Royal Tiger, you're so good. You did not overstep. Overstepping would have been, I sent you a Discord invite. Why haven't you responded to it? And then me saying, like, my boundaries, and then you going, well, you know me. Like, I've been here so and so many times. It's like, why don't you accept me then? Like, that would be overstepping. You're so good. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Oh, are you talking about your new account, Leon's Bones? You know what? Just for that, I will continue to not Brown I will continue to not add you. I'm joking. You made me get on Minecraft? Oh no, not the you're missing the blood moon. Oh, you know what? Where's my sugarcane? I actually want to plant some sugarcane. Yeah. This is almost dead. Let's just use this up. I feel like that's just like a normal thing, right? There we go. Cool. I feel like it's just like such a normal thing to do is to experience things in cycles, right? In warm biomes. Oh, so it's not just on sand like how it used to be. Oh, I'm gonna go to bed. Can I make a bunk bed now? Oh, how do you see? Oh, how do you see your temperature? I'm gonna test it because that island over there grew it, so I'm gonna test it out. Let's see if that grows. You know what? Actually, I want you closer to me. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Let me up. Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. There you go. Oh, okay. Well, it makes sense, I guess, is why there's only 2 things. Okay, well, let's grow that, and we can make sugar, we can make paper, right? No, you're totally good. I find fun mod pack download and then explore that as a hyper focus for a while until I get tired of it. That's how I am with most games. I am not gonna lie. What was my hyper focus? Well, I mean, Baldur's Gate was a hyper focus for a long time, no? And then I haven't played that in a couple weeks. And then I'm gonna fill up this hole, the sandstone hole, or the sandstone, because it's a oops, wrong button. Oh yeah, 5 sandstone. Yeesh. What was my other recent obsession? Oh, Detroit Become Human. That was a good obsession. I really like that one. I still need to finish that one. I should see if Rootsy's finished it. No. Well, that's it. Well, let me go get more. I can't figure out something to do. Ooh. You know what? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find some iron. Because I don't like my iron pickaxe being that low. Where did I find the other iron? Was it like right here or something? Detroit Become... Oh! So I just did my very first playthrough of that. I had never seen playthrough done of it. I've never, like, watched videos or watched streams of it. Sorry. And I just did my first playthrough of it last month, and it was so good. It was so much fun. And I want to off-stream play it so I can get what the achievements and the other storylines. And I started playing it a little bit, and then I got distracted by other stuff. And so now I'm back on No, I'm Not a Human. I'm still trying to get the last achievement for No, I'm Not a Human right now. And then after that, like, I'll be done with No, I'm Not a Human. we say bye, War. Thank you so much for hanging out, homie. I'm glad you got your little badge too. Thank you so much for being here, War. Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. And I'm about to enter. Are you really? What's your build right now? Or like, what's your character? And Leon's moans. Tempted to do a diggy down, but this hole right here is making me nervous. I see copper down there. I see iron. Okay. Yes. Come. Yes. Perfecto. Alright. Wunderbar. Ooh. Yes. Perfect. A ranger rogue. You know what? I think I already... Did I already ask you that? A ranger rogue. First of all, applaud the alliteration there. Yes. Give me your iron. What's over here? Oh my. It just keeps going, doesn't it? Oi. Okay, yeah, we're good thing we're getting some iron because this guy's running a little low. Oh god, I really want to play Baldur's Gate again though. God, I love Baldur's Gate. And it has been a minute. I was actually looking at some old clips from my very first playthrough that I did in what was it? Was it beginning of 2025 or beginning of 2024? It had to be 2024 that I did my very first playthrough. Oh, man. It's cool seeing copper in the game. Oh, you know what? Another game that was a hyperfixation for me that I stopped playing for a little bit, and I did this off stream, was Mines of Moria. Like, I still have plans to keep playing it. But it is uninstalled at the moment, so I guess that goes to show. Hold things in both hands using a shield slot. Oh, really? Oh, that's smart. Oh, that's very small, isn't it? Okay, that's fine. I don't want that anyway. Let's see. How deep do you go? Whoa! Look at this rail! And, what's that, what's the red ore called? I don't remember. Oh, this is nice. That's not nice, though. I love loot. Oh! Whoa! Shit nibbles. So anyways, I started blasting. Oh, he got stuck in the spider web! Oh, I forgot. Sorry. I forgot about the critical. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so this is a problem. Okay, that's fine. I know how to do more damage. Look at that. Yeah! That's so much easier. Holy. Hi, zombie! Zombie. Oh god. Zombie, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Oh! Oh, you're still alive. Oh, bitch. Look at this idiot. This idiot got stuck in the spider web. Alright, well, I guess I'm down here now. Holy! So anyways. Whoa! What the fudge? Gold! Okay, you know what? Let's get this gold and let's get the fudgy out of here, okay? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, Pixel. Oh, Pixel. Oh, but I want it all. Oh. Oh, I want it all. You can't get me, can you? Oh, yes you can. Okay. This is nice! Rock butter! Woo! So, whoa! This is not good. Okay, we gotta go. Hold on. Chill, chill, chill. There we go. And we're safe. Ish. What is this? Oh. Just vines. Look at all this iron. Oh, this is great. Would you call it butter? Don't get greedy. Oh, I'm getting so selfish. I'm getting so greedy. Look at the butter. Alright, you know what? Hold on. Okay, we're going. Okay, we're going. Ooh. Okay. Alright, we're going. Hold on. Rock butter. Oof. Okay, don't dig down. Don't dig down. No diggy downs. Okay. Lapis. Oh, guys, I can't stop. I can't stop. Let me out. Let me out of here. Okay. Wait. Nice. Okay. What do you mean? That's great. Shut up, Spade. I just love loot. No, no, rock butter is so much better. Because I always called them butter boots whenever you had gold boots. I always called them butter boots. I love loot. I love it. I love mining. I love oring. I love it. Always makes me so happy. Where did I fall from? Oh, it had to be from there. Okay, there it is. Okay. Well, so anyways, I started blasting. Jesus.
Brothers of the mine rejoice. Swing, swing, swing with me, raise your pick and raise your voice. Sing, sing, sing with me down and down into the deep. Who knows what we'll find beneath? Diamonds, rubies, gold and more hidden in the mountain's door.
What is it a quote from? What is that from? Extinct! Extinct. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. Also, Kyle, think of the 100 biddies. Enjoy your walk, Willy! I said Willy, by the way. Lily.
Born
Thank you so much. What the
suckled
hecky?
from a teat of stone, raised in the dark, the safety of our mountain home, skin made of iron, steel in our bones to dig, and dig makes us free. Come on, brothers, sing with me. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy, diggy hole, diggy, diggy hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
Are you doing
diggy,
diggy hole? Diggy diggy hole. Is that what you're doing? I don't know. I'm so dumb. What are you doing? Oh, I'm all out. What are you doing? You are! Oh, okay. I don't know the lyrics of that yet. But hey, I finally figured it out. It only took me like 12 years. Thank you for the 100 bits! What the fudge? Oh. Okay, this is not really a cohesive way to get around, but you know what? It's fine. Oh, look at all the stuff. Ah, poops. Oh, I actually don't have a thing, so we gotta go. We gotta go. No way. Oh, man. Oh, wait. Where'd it come from? Oh, I came from up there. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much for the bits. What the hecky? Also, Lily, seriously, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Enjoy your walk! I'm so... Oh, man. I'm so peanut butter and jealous. It's supposed to rain in a little bit. Oh, shamoy. Okay, I can do this. What? Okay, hold on. What? Okay, hold on. What? Okay, hold on. I'm actually really bad. Fun fact. Really bad. Platformers! But I got that, didn't I? Ooh, I got that good. Yes. Oh, here we go. Alright, I found my way out. We're good. Here lies Balin, son of Fundin, Lord of Moria. So he is dead then. Oh! 27 iron! That's what I like to see. Yes. Yes. Yes! Let us make some torches. Yes. Parkour pro. It's true. Okay. Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. What else can we do? Could put all this shite away. Don't need that. I mean that. Stripped batter. Oh, look at all these cobbles I had. Well, and decite? Gesundheit. Oh, let's make another thing. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yes, and then let's... Oh. Yes, and then... Oh, did I not build it? My bad. I need more coal. Oh, I need to make a thing. I forgot. I forgot. Alright. No. Oh, can I just do this? Ah, that is so nice! Oh, man! Throw your stuff in next time and rid us of your stupidity. Oh. A shield! I don't think I want a shield. But I'm going to do another iron picky. And then I'm happy with that. Okay. Let's go do this coal. Yeah. Cool. Have a good night, Royal Tiger. Everyone say good night, Royal Tigre. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for all answering all my questions, too. And giving me some help. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. Hi, Hopeless Buttercup. Hopeless Buttercup. Happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your time zone. Let's do our copa. Yeah, that's fine, right? Is it bedtime? It is bedtime. It's so quiet. I'm like so self-conscious how quiet it is. Okay. How are you? I'm having a fantastic time playing some Minecraft. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so question. Oh, how are you? So sorry. Not to be rude. Oh my god. How are you doing, Hopeless Buttercup? More importantly, how are you doing? Question for any of my Minecraft peeps and poops. So, I am playing, like, the boring, regular, trivial, Java, boring, blah, 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 right? Oh. Well. And I know there's a bunch of stuff that you guys can do in this game now. What else is there to do? Like, I know there's different game modes or something you can do? Mods and mod pack. Okay, I have seen... I think it's called, like, PixelCraft? Or no. Pokecraft? I don't know. It's like Pokemon. I've seen that. Eggs little hugs. If you want. If you guys don't want the hug, guys can help and give to the next person. But no, man, I feel ya. Ugh. Anxiety's a real bee, isn't it? Hello, Sue! Oh, it's Pixelmon, not PixelCraft. Is there something called PixelCraft, or am I just making that up? Probably just making that up. Sue, I hope you're doing so good. Sue, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. I love you. I hope you're doing so good, homie. Oh, my... Oh, just watch. What? Want my GD? Oh, wait. What, doesn't this break sand? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. I thought it did. I just want my como se dice, sand, you know, sandstone. This is fine, though. Eh? Trying to make this entrance a little bit more, I don't know, cohesive, I suppose. So did I give you a kissy? Mwah. Astro, that's what's up. Danny, what's up? Oh, the torch on the ground. Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you. See, I was halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Thank you. Danny, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. You're doing good. No way. I'm proud of you. Danny, mwah. Hopeless buttercup. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Did we grow? Oh, we did. Yeah. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. Sorry, love. Sorry. There you go. Yes, keep growing. Keep growing. Perfect. All right. Where's my sandstone? 15. That's it. All right. Okay. Hex milk. Think of the forehead kissy. I think we could fill in the rest here, right? I just want to clean up this ugly hole. Oh, wunderbar. And then cheese and rice.
Late night check-in. Have a great night. Falling asleep to you Pix hearts.
Oh, foulest golem. Thank you so much for the 18 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Thank you guys so much. Yo, and Daddy! Thank you for the 35 stream streak. What the heck? 35 streams in a row that you've been here. That's a lot of streams, and that really means a lot to me. So thank you so much. Enjoy your lurky turkey! Oh no! Hex, I'm sending you so much lovies right now. Also hugs. If anybody needs the hug, here it is. If you guys don't want the hug, guys can double it, give it to next person. But big ol' hugs to anybody who needs it. Well, I hope you have a good time. Probably not. I imagine that's probably why you're anxious, but I hope everything's okay. Sending you lots of love, Hopeless. Everyone say, good night, Hopeless. Good night, Foulest. Or good day, as I say, rather than night. Bloop. Bloop. Are you winning? What's up, Zamise? Hell yeah. We're doing some Minecrafting right now. Not very well, but we're here for a good time, not a long time, right? Okay, what am I doing now? So I have plenty of iron, which is exactly... And I got a bow, too! Cool! Okay. Well, I have plenty of iron. I have wood. Let me go cook some... Okay, yeah. You know what, actually? Maybe I should start putting this in my treehouse, eh? Well, can I make another bed? Actually, let me make another bed. How many beds can I have? I'm gonna make one more bed. Oh. Shut up! Welcome back, baby! Zaf, you were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Everyone tell Zaf how awesome she is. Thank you so much for the raid! We are currently, if you could believe it, we're currently Minecrafting right now. Oh, a brown bed. I don't want a brown bed. I just want a bed. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, man! Wait, what were you getting up to? What were you playing? I saw your tweet. I don't remember what you were playing. Pacopia! Shut up. That's awesome. I hope you're having so much fun. I am playing Pacopia adjacent. Which is Minecraft. We're doing the Minecraft sponsored stream. Did you is anybody else doing or did this Minecraft sponsored stream? Because I know it was available for partners and affiliates. I'd recommend doing it. I think it's been super fun. If I do say so myself, but I used to play Minecraft a lot. And it has been nice because there's so much new and different stuff that I've never seen before. A boat! Cute! I can make a boat. I don't want to make a boat right now, though. No! Oh, Zeph, oh my god. So I saw the notification for it, and I have never ran to my PC faster to turn it on and accept it, because I was like, because I saw, like, how much you get paid for it, and it was like, oh, and it's Minecraft. I knew it was gonna be huge. And then I didn't know about the front page stuff until after I'd already accepted it, so it was just kind of like, the cherry on the top, right? I went to it and it says it's not available, even though it says it does expire for another week or so. Yeah, because I think it was like first come, first serve, right? Now the thing is, I'm very curious. Oh no, I guess no. I was gonna say, because there's people that probably accepted it but aren't gonna do it, whether it's like a time thing or they just like aren't gonna do it because they just don't want to or just didn't want to do it or whatever, for whatever reason. And I was gonna say like, oh, what if you can like do it because they aren't doing it? But no, I don't think that's how that works, you know? Same. That's right, next time. Next time. But I hope you had so much fun playing Pacopia. Everybody go follow Zaf and Raiders. If you guys need to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. I was actually going to look to see if I could show a cat for you. But all my cats are upstairs, apparently. Yeah, everyone's upstairs. Also, speaking of cats, haven't found a single cat nor dog in this game. What the fudge? No way! I haven't seen any gameplay of it, because I've been, like, avoiding it because, one, I'm, like, peanut butter and jealous of everyone playing Pacopia right now, and everyone has a Switch, too, and I was like, I'm such a hater. But, I haven't seen any gameplay of it. I did get Pacopia gifted to me off my throne, but I don't have a Switch 2, so whenever the copy of Pacopia gets here, it'll just sit here while I just stare at it, and it was like, I could play you, but I can't. So, but I'm having some fun playing Minecraft. Hex, I hope you get good news. I'm so sorry. Big hugs. Seriously, the biggest hugs for you, Hex. I can't imagine. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I love people. But humans, you know what I'm saying? Wait, did I say humans? I meant animals. Sorry. People, animals. Sorry, I got distracted. Humans are down here. Animals are up here, as far as what I care about. Wait, what are you talking about, Panda Monster? Sorry, Dago, shut up! Bye, Sephora, seriously, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. Everyone say good night, Sephora. I think I have a Ko-Fi. Oh, no, not a Ko-Fi. I think I have a throne thing for Switch 2, I think. Wait, what is your addiction, Panda Monster? Shut up, Dingoes, your self-report. LS Trials! No way! Oh my god, do you absolutely love it, Panda Monster? Oh, Sephora, I'm gonna ban you. I do, okay. Thank you. I have a pizza in the way. Free pizza! What, let me live vicariously through you. What kind of pizza is it? Oh my god. Everybody tell us before how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Ooh! Good. That's always good news, right? Silver lining and all that, right? Man, I'm sending you so much love, because our babies are the world, you know? I don't know what I need. Oh, I can make butter boots. Oh, I can make gold. Oh, I can't make a golden apple yet. I love mushrooms. Ugh. Chicken and mushroom. Yum. Do you mind if is it from like a chain or is it from a local place? If it's from a local place, don't tell me. If it's from a chain, let me know what it's from. I was going to guess Domino's. Because they're the ones that usually have like those deals like that, right? He is my son. This is my son. Dango's me. So you guys remember last year when I dislocated 2 of my toes? Yeah, still haven't been able to afford my medical bill for that, so that's going into collections. So, yay! That's exciting. What am I doing? Coupon given to me for the messing up. Oh, yay! Well, not the messing up the order, but yay for free stuff. Dingoes, yay! Yeah. Because it was like because I don't have insurance, and it was like a $4,000 bill, and it was like, I think I paid was like either 1,000 or 2,000. I can't remember. It was either 1 or 2,000, and then they're asking for it was like 2,600 more, and was like, I can't afford that. It's as much as I like taxes right now that I still have to pay for, and I still have no clue how much it's gonna be or how I'm gonna pay for that. But that's that's future Pixel's problem. I need to go grocery shopping tomorrow. I'm gonna eat dirt tomorrow. I'm gonna eat dirt for the rest of my life. Really? Ugh, dinkos, that sucks. But yeah, I'm glad you're not broke anymore. Really? Well, Spades, you know what? I'll take a free pizza. Sheesh. Okay, I'm so sorry. You guys are distracting me by food. To the shock of nobody. Let me go back to my tree house, and I think I'm gonna start. I yapped so long, it's nighttime already. All right, let's do that. And then let's go to my treehouse and start making some stuff. I'm excited for food on the shopping part. What are some stuff on your shopping list? If I end up getting stuff at the grocery store tomorrow with my Fajer, because I think I'm gonna hang out with my dad tomorrow. Almost thought I was gonna die. Strawberries are on my list because I haven't had strawberries in a couple weeks. What else? I have like a list. I have a bunch of carrots. So I'm good on carrots. Strawberries. Shut up. Shut up. What else is on my list? Soda, but that's only if they have it on sale, and I didn't see it on sale. Oh, chicken! I want chicken. And stuff because grocery prices are insane right now. The only thing I've been able to get are like vegetables. Vegetables are like super decent prices. Fruit is not, which sucks because I've been really into fruit recently the past few months. Like a lot of strawberries, a lot of blackberries. Strawberries, blackberries. But now I'm on carrots because I can get a bag of baby carrots for $1.19. As opposed to strawberries, which are now a minimum, like the ones that are on sale right now, are on sale for $1.99. And I like to get them on sale when they're 99 cents, but whatever. It's fine. You know what? I'm gonna do this. And then we're gonna do, yeah, I like that. Yeah, she likes that. That's really good. And then we're gonna do, yeah, I like that. Holy, we are dropping frames right now. Yeah, we're dropping hella frames right now. Hold on. Let's save. Let's see if that, oh. And that instantly fixed it. Where the fuck are you getting strawberries for $1.99 on sale on Jewel? On sale at Jewel Osco, but it's only if you have the app. Yeah. It was like 1 pound of strawberries for $1.99. Alright, so we dropped frames, and now, oh. Why is the music playing? There we go. Oh, really? I could try opening it again. Oh, here. Okay, so I've been playing Minecraft Java Edition. Then there's also Bedrock Edition, Dungeons 2, Dungeons, and Legends. I have no clue what any of that is. Okay, so apparently there are baby turtles. $5? What's up, Patch? Patch, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See? Yeah. I know. It was such a good song, but... Alright, let's try loading back in. If it gives us drop frames again, I'll figure something else out. But thank you so much for the heads up. Spade system. Go, Hex! Go get your boy, go get your son. Which song was playing? In the Dark of the Night from Anastasia. Oh, bananas. Yeah, I get bananas. That's actually the only fruit that is consistently cheap. 99 cents for a bundle. That's for me. 99 cents for a bundle. All right, the frames seem to be okay for now. Nice. Perfect. Oh, perfect. Oh, the stream's been actually really great. We did just have a little bit of a drop frames issue, but a little restart and we're Gucci's a Gucci. How was your nap? Nah, it's supposed to. It's funny. It's kind of cringe, but it's funny. I think I'm funny. Minecraft gets weird in my experience. Sometimes it lags, but bad. Sometimes it's fine. Okay, well, I appreciate you. Thank you for giving me the heads up. Like, I saw that immediately. I'm glad that I was able to just save and quit and that fixed it immediately. I've never seen the musical. Oh, did you take an edible, Nom? That's funny. Oh, what were we talking about? Wait, did you tell me what else is on your shopping list? I have my list upstairs, which is basically me just circling the advertisement that they send out to your mailbox or whatever. Oh, really? I read that as squirt, by the way. I was like, hello? Did some... I feel like I need to start doing that lymphatic drainage. I feel like I need to start doing that. You know what? I'm gonna... Yeah. Oh, there they go. There they go. Oh, I love that for you. We love a little cheeky little self-care moment. What's a blinker? Oh, really? I love rocket pop flavored things. Yeah, I'm not a big Mountain Dew fan myself. I do like Voltage and what was it? Oh gosh. Oh my god! Yeah, hello, raids? Hello, what the fudge? Welcome in! You told me how to pronounce your name. Scoff? Did I do that right? What's up, Iron Equinox? Welcome in, Strawberry God. Thanks so much for the raid. Hi, Scoff. Did I say your name right? Yes! Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so sorry. Welcome in! Oh my god, thank you guys so much. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. We're doing some Minecraft right now. Really? Do you use, what is it called? Oh gosh. What's that thing for lymphatic drainage? It's like this little thing, you know. What are they called? I see them on TikTok all the time. 4 raids! I know! I'm getting spoiled today. Scoff and Strawberry Goth. What were you guys up to? What were you guys' streams like? Tell us everything. What were you guys up to? Welcome in. I am currently doing our sponsor stream with Minecraft. I think the sponsor thing is over because it was only for an hour. And we've been doing Minecraft for probably like 2 hours now. But I've just been having a lot of fun playing Minecraft, so we're just doing it. So we're just having a good time playing some Minecraft, just chilling. I didn't know that Anastasia had a musical. I used to love that. It used to be my favorite movie. I used to be in love with Dimitri. Guisha. Is it Guasha or Guisha? I think it's Guasha, right? Thank you guys so much. Spoil the picture. Whatever. Pal World, no way! This is actually like one of the first times that I'm like legitimately playing a chill, relaxing game too, like a cozy game. I really do appreciate the follow, seriously. I do have anonymous follows on, so I won't call you out, but I seriously appreciate you guys so much. Joker! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. I hope you're doing so good, Joker. Guasha, cool. Thank you. Double rainbow, yes. Thank you for the shout out for Strawberry God. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Alice the Madness returns. Shut the front door. I've never played that, but I've watched people play that, and it is such a cool game. Is this your first time playing it, or are you revisiting it? Doing great, feeling great. I'm feeling great now that I'm streaming, but when I'm not streaming, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I myself the song. Do it, Patch. You think we love the Raiders? We love everybody here. It's true. Wait, hold on. I was gonna be like, wait, let me check the viewer list. Let me see if I love everyone here. But I was just joking. I don't think there'd be a single person that would be here that'd be like, oh. Because I feel like if there was anybody here that I didn't like, I would just ban them. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like I said, I love everyone here. Just always stream. You know what? I'm actually really bummed that my YouTube stream didn't work out because I want to. No, okay. Question. I know we have some new people here. So I'm sorry, but I'd love to hear your feedback anyway. Oh my god, Kels, yes! Kels, there was a Twitch sponsor for Minecraft, and it was like somewhat decent cash, and I was like, oh, fudge, yeah, sign me up. Oh, thank you, Alice, thank you. Oh, if you're gonna do me a teach on lymphatic drainage, I appreciate you so much. Oh, do your thing, Raven, I'm just yapping. Oh, so speaking of YouTube, I want to start putting more effort into my YouTube. Slutty little plug there. And I'm doing these like YouTube creator camps things where they want us to focus on YouTube memberships. And I was like, what if I did like YouTube only streams or not YouTube only streams, membership streams or membership videos. And I put the membership for like 99 cents or $1.99, like super, like as cheap as I can go, and have people hang out in the YouTube streams, and I do a get ready with me or something before a stream. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was thinking about it. Just to do some, because like I don't want to do a Patreon, and I don't want to do, I don't know, whatever else people do nowadays that does like behind the scenes things. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Syscoff. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I would love that. I think it'd be so fun just to have it like at the cheapest tier that I could. I can go and do like members only videos where I just do like I don't know what I would do. Behind the scenes, yeah. Behind the scenes on the talk, like TikTok? Oh, like stream on TikTok? You know what? I have my alt account that I could stream on because I'm banned on my main account for streaming on TikTok. Oh, because they hate me. There we go. Subscribers only. Ooh, you know what? I have not streamed on TikTok in a minute. That is so interesting. That's a very interesting tidbit you got there. Kitty Cat Goes. It's very, very insightful, very intuitive. I like it. I like the way you think. I do. Alice, shut up. And by shut up, I mean, please don't stop. I wrote that down. Thank you. I did write that down. Oh, that's right. Cause is it this weekend? Your con? I forgot what con you're going to. But Syscoff and Strawberry Goth, if you guys are still here, please make sure that you guys are getting your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis and bevies. Go eco, pico, booga, stretch, go drink. Seriously, thank you so much for the raids. I really appreciate you. Your Majesty in America, shut up, doesn't always mean be quiet. Your Majesty in America, shut up. Wait, what? Oh, so if I'm talking a lot, I'm procrastinating. What if I just sick Kyle on you and ban you? Would that get you to stop? Would that get you to start con crunching? Oh, okay. Where do I not have an axe? Oh, it's literally right there. Didn't Julie Andrews say that? Wasn't that the Queen say that? I don't remember. I have to watch The Princess Diaries. That was such a good movie. Tell me that the main villain in The Princess Diaries isn't that one friend. The one friend. You know what I mean? You know who I mean. You know exactly who I mean, chat. I have the Anastasia song stuck in my head right now. Just tossing and turning. Ooh, I don't think I saw that one. Shut up. I didn't say anything. Lily was her name. God, what a beautiful name though, right? Lily. God, what a beautiful name. What's it like to have beautiful names? Although I do like my name. God, okay, so Dankos. Really? You guys don't think she was like the villain? I think she was the villain. I'm trying to make them look different. Like I don't want them to all look the same. I want them to look different. Ah, I'm out of wood. Fudge. Okay, that's fine. Well, back to cutting down everything. Oh, that's true. Okay, you know what? You're so right. There's people that are in their 30s and 40s that act like that. But you know what? You're right. That is exactly how a teenager would act when their best friend just became the princess of Genovia. So you know what? You know what? I'll shut up. I'll shut up. I'll stop talking. You're absolutely right. We all had that one friend in high school. You know what? I didn't. But I've been having those friends as an adult in like my mid to late 20s / early 30s. Who knew? Maybe that's why they've all taken advantage of me and been like really horrible people to me. Is because I didn't have the experience in high school of having the shit friends. Because don't get me wrong, I had really shit experiences in high school, but none of them were from like backstabbing friends. But to be fair, I didn't really have a lot of friends in high school. So this is my problem in high school, specifically in high school. It got better in college. But in high school, I was in every single club you could possibly think of. I was in every single sport you could possibly do. I did every extracurricular. I had a job when I was 15 years old. So I, like, literally I did not have any free time ever. But because I was like every sport and every club and every extracurricular I could possibly get my hands into, like picture day for the yearbook was miserable because I couldn't even make it to every single picture day or picture scheduled for the yearbook because for all my clubs that I was in, because some of them were scheduled at the same time. Where is that from, Spades? But because of that, because I was in like all these different like clubs and extracurriculars and classes, I had so many different friend groups that I kind of was like, what is that one idiom where it's like jack of all trades but master of none, that kind of thing. Now think of that but with friends. I was touching and inside like every single friend group, but I was never, like, best friends with anybody. You know what I mean? Oh, okay, Spades. Candy! Candy. Mwah. Think of the forehead. Can't see. A floater, yeah. I was definitely a floater. And it did, like, kind of mess with me in high school, too, because, like, there were so many people that had, like, these really, like, close and beautiful relationships and friendships, and I never really had that. And I actually still don't really have that because I'm just guarded now. But that's because of trauma. Oh, man. Where's my one leaf? Oh, it was that leaf. Oh, poops. How am I gonna get in my house? There we go. Easy. Pies. Ladies. But Candy, hope we're doing so good. You're our princess of Twitch. You're my princess, Bubble Penguin. Why do you think I'm off from talking to peeps nowadays online? I'm on my period for the first time in a year. Really? Oh, no. My adult friends have been so much worse than my high school friends. Spades, literally me. I wouldn't keep Lily for advice or sympathy all the time, but she was good for other things. What was she good for? Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Will you be on for a while? I don't know. Like, I want to make it to midnight, which is, like 43 minutes from now. But, I don't know. I don't know if I can make it till midnight. We'll see. You know the same feeling? You get me. Are you getting your post-stream self-care, Sai? I really want, like, I want them to be different. I want the grain to be different. Damn it. I want to go in different directions. Oh, that does sound really bad, Kels. That's alright. I know what you mean. No one else knows what you mean, but I know what you mean. That is very funny. Someone's doing a diggy down behind me. I keep burping, sorry. Peace with my... Oh, I don't like it when you're at work either. I'm joking. Holy boo. continue the diggy down. The diggy diggy hole. You are so cute. Who said you could be so cute? Oh. He's shy all of a sudden. Did nothing. Remember, exclamation point self-report if you want to delete your message. But just know, we'll still see it. We'll still know it's there. Excuse-moi. There you go. Does this look nice? I think that's nice, isn't it? I like that. No! And I'm sure it's, like, really obvious, especially if you're just listening to the stream, like, unless you guys are doing something else. But it's so unbearably... Yes! That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you! It's so unbearably, like, quiet right now. That I'm sure, like, the ringing ears is, like, super obvious compared to normal, right? I thought you dyed the back of your hair red. Because the under, or the peekaboo? Or because of the bow? Because this is technically was red, but it's like, no! I'm not fixing it! That's the point! Oh, see, I want it to be that red, but it's been a minute. No, this is the point. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, I love you so much. I want it to be more imperfect, but it's, look at how perfect it looks. It's driving me crazy. Ugh. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. All right, hold on. If I do this, and then if I do this, no, that's not different. Actually, I don't want you there. I do not want you there. Get away! Yes! Does not have OCD. So the thing is, the OCD is... I'm not saying I have OCD, but my compulsion right now is to make it, like, I cannot have it be perfect. And that's something that I actually have had. Again, not OCD. I'm not trying to say I don't know what I'm doing. But that's, like, one of, like, the compulsions I have. Is, like, I specifically can't have things be perfect because, I don't know, it just drives me crazy. You know what I mean? I'm sure that makes no sense to anybody because usually the compulsion is to have things be perfect and have things be uniform and, you know, make sense. Oh, can't I make doors? I want to make a door. Oh, I need to make things. I need to make, things. Bloop, 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 bloop. Give me that. And, but yeah, you hate this so much. It could get worse, but it's not getting as worse as I want it to be, and that makes me sad. That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Alright. Let's craft. Where do I want to put you? Diggy, diggy hole. Diggy, diggy hole. Could put you in the bedroom. Jesus! I could hear the cats a lot louder when, Oh, that's not what I wanted. When I don't have when the game audio is so fudging quiet. Oh, okay. Aggressive. Yeah, here. Yeah, here. And then I'm at you. Perfect. Perfecto. Oui. Oui. And you're sweaty server. I like the sound of that. I don't need no lapis. Don't need no that. Don't need no wool. Don't need... Let us make... Oh, can't I just do this? Right? Jasper, shut. Oh Oh my god. Someone get your cat. Raven! Come get your cat. Imagine off stream. Oh my god. You know what? I think a good cook right here. Hello, Annie Mercy! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, waiters. Oh, I can do this now. Hold on. I can do this now. Come here. Come here. Do you guys want a kitty cat? Just for the raiders. Everybody say, hello. Welcome in, raiders. This is Jasper. He says, thank you so much for raiding the stream. You could have raided literally anybody. And you guys came here. What's up? Was it monthly meal? What is happening right now? What the fudge is happening? AJ Wonderland, thank you so much on the raid. This is planned. We just had a double rainbow a little bit ago. And so this is our second double rainbow. Was this? Shut up. Welcome in. Guys, everybody go follow AJ Wonderland. Everybody go follow Anna Mercy. Thank you so much for the raids. This is Jasper. He says, where? Also, thank you so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see the notifications, and I really appreciate you. He's super fluffy. He's a Nebelong, which is, for all intents and purposes, like a long-haired version of a Russian blue. So he's got this beautiful dark gray fur, and he's got those beautiful, like, jeweled green eyes. He's such a pretty kitty. Such a pretty kitty. But I also have 2 dogs and 3 cats. But this is the... Oh, Midnight was here earlier. I do have a black cat. She's such a tiny little thing. Little tiny black cat. And she was here earlier. And then I also have a tuxedo boy, too. Oh, yeah! And I love Pokemon. I have an Eevee there. I have a Sprigatito, like a fairy. I think I have a Gengar. Yeah, I love Pokemon. He's very handsome. Thank you. I made him myself. I'm glad you guys like him. But thank you guys so much for the raid. What were you guys up to? Were you guys both doing Minecraft? Were you guys doing the sponsored thing? Oh, you were doing writing and raiding. Yo, thank you guys so much for the raids. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for the follows. Oh, the new Gen 10. That's the, I don't remember their names. But it's like the lizard, the dog, and then, oh god, the Angry Bird, right? The dog. Because the dog looks like a Pomeranian, and he's so cute. Gekwa, Pombon, and Brat. Yeah, definitely Pombon. So cute. You want the lizard? I ain't gonna lie, I would be happy with any of them. All 3 of them are so cute. And... Oh, and yeah, and Shrek. I was like, Shrek. But, I think definitely Palm Bomb, Infinity Floor. What's Infinity Floor? I was Minecraft making an Infinity Floor. What is that? Ooh. Hello. Oh, cute. I really can't tell you guys how grateful I am for the raid. Wait, should I do a raid trailer? Let me do a raid trailer, because, I haven't done a raid trailer in a minute, and we've gotten like 6 raids in the past 2 hours, so. I will be, right back. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay on the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Also, Jasper is very happy. I was like petting his chest right here. Oh, and he is so happy. So now we have Jasper here to stay with us. So you guys are so sweet. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Seriously. Oh, the when I find the hatch. Oh my god, I had to go insane over music for a bit. No, Patch, I don't blame you. If you get something that you like, you have to listen to, I totally understand that. Best trailer, I only, like, when you're here, I gotta play that one. I played trailer number 4 earlier, because you're like, wait, Raven's not here yet, so I'm gonna play trailer number 4. Yes, for you! But, we are doing a little bit of Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft since maybe November or December of 2020, so it's been a hot minute. And now we did the, what was it, the sponsor that Twitch had for it, and I'm just having the best time. It's so much fun. The sponsor was only supposed to be for an hour, so it's well and done with, but I'm having a good time. So I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. I really appreciate everyone for all the love and the raids and the lurks. Truly, it really means a lot. I aspire for the oh my god. Playing Pig was always super. Oh, what the heck? Alright, well, Jasper just fell off my lap. It's because my pants are so smooth. And then I fell off my treehouse. But I'm making a treehouse right now. Because I remember in one of my Xbox 360 worlds, I had a treehouse and I really, really liked it. I don't know, there's something super aesthetic about this, like the browns and greens that make me really happy. No, I'm the same way, Anna Mercy. I used to play on PC back when, like, Mojang, like, first did Minecraft. Like, I was still in beta. It was before there was hunger. It was before you could sprint in the game. So everything was, like, super slow. It was before creative mode. And I don't have that account anymore, which is so lame. Because back when it was, like, less than $10 to buy it. And now it's, like, $30 for the base game. Sheesh! But then the next time I played it was on the Xbox 360 because I had it for Game Pass. And then I think I streamed it a couple times. But the last time I did it was November, December 2020. You love Minecraft? I have 3 different copies. Do you really? I just have the one on my 360 and then one on, like, my old laptop, which I'm sure I don't remember the password for. Cobblemon! See, I've heard of that. That's like a Pokemon thing, right? Cobblemon? And that's different from Pixelmon, yeah? Yeah. So I think I did do Cobblemon or Pixelmon or whatever it's called back in the day. So I very, very vaguely remember it. You go collecting EVs? You know what? That's actually what I've been wanting to find is, like, some freaking doggies. You know what? I'm gonna drop this off here. Oh, I did the wrong button again. Ah, stop it. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna drop that wood off here. And then I'll drop that wood off here. I don't like the music that's playing right now. Can we skip this? Are they really? Man, I'm not even caught up on all of those generations because I don't have a I don't have a Switch 2. Well, I guess there's no Pokemon on Switch 2 yet, right? Because that one comes out later. Oh, it's that Enderman again. Oh no, it's a different Enderman. Nice. Okay. So my sugarcane fields are full. Or field is full. I am happy with the size of the sugarcane field. I'm very happy with that. I will start harvesting that later. What was I saying? I don't remember. Keep treats! Otaku! Is cat okay, or do you want doge? Cat or dog? Otaku. But, oh, I never played, what was it, Legends? Both? So one for you. Last one. No more after this. Oh, and the bag is empty. Yippee! No more. I didn't even know that was empty. Just kind of worked out. Yeah, Legends ZA. I never played that one. I don't own that one. I don't even know what are there new Pokemon in it? Like, what are the starters in ZA? I don't No, thank you. Thank you for redeeming treats. Back to game. What was I doing? I don't remember. What do I want? What's the time? What's the time? Ooh, almost evening. Well, let me go to bed. And then we'll start it's fresh in the morning. I don't even know what the starters are. Oh, it's that one. Okay, yeah, I still haven't played that. I still haven't played that one. But, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Cool, okay. Alright. Nerd. Okay, so, wait, what is everyone's starters from that one? Chikorita, Totodile, or Tepig? I don't know. I think it'd be Totodile, then Chikorita, and then... I think I did back in the day. I picked Tepig back when I played whatever one he's from. Whatever generation he's from, I don't remember. But, God, I love Meganium. And then I love Totodile. I love Totodile so much. Thank you so much for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. I gotta find a better way to get in my house. Oh, I need to make shears. Can I just shear my way? There they are. Give me that. Because I need to go get those vines. Because I wanna have vines to come up to my house. You pick Chikorita? Chikorita, yeah. Oh, they're Mega Evolutions? I don't even know. I don't even know what they look like in the Mega Evolutions. Okay, what am I doing? What is this doing here? Just a random piece of wood. I am looking for coal. I need coal, flint coal, and what else do I want? What was I shopping for at this trip that I'm leaving? I don't remember. Oh, but in ZA, they like made it different. They like added a different Pokemon to it. It's weird. But you are correct. You are correct, Raven. Yeah, but they made it different. I don't know why. I don't know what the lore is behind why Cindy Quill was not the Pokemon in there, but it was by design. For whatever reason. Oh, that I wanted the thing. Oh man, I don't remember where that one places where I saw the vines. I do not remember. Is this like a fallen tree? That's cool. I want to see the Oh, you know what? I know there's a lot of people that are like screaming, me included, about how we want the evolutions to stay. What is that? What is that? Someone tell me what that is! Huh. What is that? What is that? A pillager? Woo! Ow. 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 What the fudge? What the fudge? What? What? But I know a lot of people are saying that they want the starters to stay on all fours. You know what I mean? Like to stay, what's the, it's not bipedal. What's the word? Or they just like, stay on all fours. You don't have to make them bipedal every single evolution. Yeah. Like, let them be like on all fours, you know what I mean? Oh, bipedal is right. What's up, Spartan? Spartan, happy Wednesday/Thursday, depending on your time zone. Hello, love. Meow. I don't remember where I saw the vines. Okay, this is very aggressive bush. What's up, Ewok? Ewok, happy Thursday for you. I know it's Thursday for you. Spartan, mwah. Look at the forehead kissy. Shut up. Did it really? Oh, is it everything you ever hoped and dreamed for? Hi. Hi. No. Ah! Hi, Muffin. Hi. Ah! I'm happy. Oh, you're so. I'm gonna name you Charlie because you look like my dog Charlie. Oh my God, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going, Muffin? Oh, you come here. Oh, come. Hi. Oh my God, you can change the color. Shut up, I'm gonna cry. You guys understand? Wait, where are you leaving? Okay, come here. Come, my child. Oh my God. So he's just like my best friend forever, right? Oh my God, I'm so happy right now. This is literally all I wanted. Okay, well now I need a cat. Also, Ewok. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Quadrupedal. Okay, so we want them to not be bipedal. We want them to be quadrupedal. Is that what it is? Oh my God, make him sit. Oh, hi, Muffin. I want him to follow me, but I'm also scared because I don't want him to get hurt. Isn't it like his tail means how like... Okay, well he's in the mood. Okay, so his tail is the highest health because that's the health, right? Is his tail? Oh my God, lovely. Oh, you're absolutely lovely. You're perfect. All right, this is Charlie. You need an axolotl? Why? What is an axolotl for? What? Look at you. Well, I don't want him to be in my treehouse because my treehouse is really tall, and I don't want him to fall. So, okay, it's midday. Let's go find. Yes. Yes. Yes! I found vines. Perfect. An attack fish? What? Where do I find an axolotl? Like in the ocean? Yes! This is where they were. Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so good. Oh, yes. Okay, that's perfect. All right. I'm so happy. I know, Charlie. I know. Actually, I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say to me. I'm so happy. In lush caves. Big guys in water temples. Oh, I don't want to climb too high because I don't want you to get hurt. Okay. You guys are saying all these words. I'm like, I don't know what they mean. Water temple. What in the Legend of Zelda? Oh, I'm hungry. You don't mind if I eat this in front of you, right, Charlie? No, you had your steak. All right. Oh my, I'm so happy. So, if I remember correctly, cats can only be found in a jungle biome. At least it was back in my day. Azalea tree and underneath. Oh my God. So you saying azalea makes me think of Pokemon. Like the Azalea, was it Azalea Town or something? Interesting. Cats can be found in villages. Oh, I haven't even found a village. I literally have not left like this 100 square feet. I'm too scared to leave my little area. But I guess we're gonna have to try to practice climbing up here, aren't we, Doggy? Eh? How Okay, so that's not gonna work because he probably can't climb very well. So he probably can't parkour very well either. Yes. Oh, thank God it's different too. Alright, can you just spawn up here? Spawn. Good boy! Oh, good. Good boy. You're staying here because I don't want anything to happen to you. Oh, I'm so happy. Ocelots can't turn into cats? Wait, are ocelots and cats different? Wait, what? What? Wait, so how do... Which one... Shut up. Which one... do you feed fish to? What is this? An ominous banner. Oh, what do I do with that? I don't know. I don't care. Ominous bottle. Bad omen. Oh, I don't want any part of that. That sounds terrifying. What? Oh, I need more food again, don't I? Why do I have so much copper? The ones that don't look like leopards. So cats. So, okay, how do I tame ocelots and how do I tame cats? Are they both fish? Because I'll start fish. Because you know what? If I'm gonna start exploring, I'm gonna need to catch some fish. Oh, that's Jasper. I thought Midnight just got down here, but it was just Jasper. No one cares. I'm joking. Whiff. I only have 4 bones. I don't think it's tame. Okay. You can only tame kitty cats, and that's by giving them fish. Yeah. Actually, you come here. I want the vines. Where do I want to climb up? Maybe like... That's nice. I like that a lot. What was that right here? And that kind of blends in a little bit too. Oh, I like that a lot. Yeah, I like that. You don't tame. Okay. No! Get the heck out of here, Adri! Thank you so much for the raid. Truly. Everyone say good night, Adri Wonderland. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Oh, no! Oh, I think it's supposed to rain, like, really badly here, too. Or if it hasn't, or if it hasn't yet, it already... It should be already, or if it hasn't yet, it will. But I hope you had a good walk at the, while you could. Brain, no brain. The game's going great. Lily. Look who I got! I got Charlie! Look, he's so cute! His little brindle coat. I love him so much. Really? Oh, hell yeah. Thunder! Remember the other week where, like, the thunder clapped so loud you guys even heard it on stream? It was scary. So I'm gonna make some tools, I'm thinking. And then I am going to... I'll make one more axe, I'm thinking. An axe. An iron axe. I do have plenty of iron. Yeah. And then iron shovel bow. Hi, honey. Crossbow's crazy. What the fudgies? A bucket? A bucket is always nice to have. I know that. Yeah, a bucket's always nice. Let's actually fill it with water, I think. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Bucket. Let's go fill that with water. Oh, I'm so happy to have my doggy. It's supposed to get toasty. What's the Sean Paul supposed to be like for you tomorrow? Alright, so my doggy is gonna stay there. Good little boy. I don't know what the weather's supposed to be like for me tomorrow. I haven't looked yet. High 58? Wait. Is that in freedom units? Someone's like... That has to be in freedom units. Right? Because that'd be like really fudging hot if that was Celsius, yeah? Okay. It was a high of, I think, like 70 degrees today. It was so nice. Oh, it was so nice. You're so sweet to dumb it down for me. But I'm glad that you're getting some nice weather because you have been getting a lot of snow. Alright, I just want to go this way. Alright, where's the sun? Clouds are going that way. Okay, so if I want to go home, that way, right? No. Clouds go to the right. Alright, if I want to go home, clouds go to the right. Right? Yes, okay. Alright. Let's find something. Something. I don't know. Let's just explore. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Press F3. Oh. 67! So that's how people do that. Shut up, Jasper. No one asked for your opinion. Your cohorts. My cohorts. My cohorts. Oh, you know what? I wanted more food. That's right. I'll find food while I'm out here. Speak of the pink devil. Whoa! Speaking of rain, Lily brought the rain with her. That was scary, isn't it? That was torrential downpour. Come here. Over here. Who said you could leave? Bacon! Perfect. Sugarcane. I would like to collect this cane. Or not. I don't even think that was sugarcane that I collected. Alright. Oh, this is the firefly bushes. Oh, you know, I forgot to set those down. Is that snow? Okay, we'll have to go there. Let me get these bushes and this sugarcane. Oh, I'm scared, actually. I'm afraid I'm not gonna be able to find my house. Ooh, delicious 20 degrees Celsius. Rhymy! Blimey, Rhymy. Thank you so much. What the heck is that? That looks like a piss sheep. Rhymy, thank you so much for the 21 months. Enjoy. What is that? Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Can I not make this doggy love me? Oh, fudge. So anyways, I started blasting. You guys didn't see that, right? Oh my god, Rhymy, I hope you're doing so good. Oh my gosh. You guys didn't see that, right? That'd have been really embarrassing if you guys saw that. What is that? Do I hear a dog barking? And by dark, I mean crying? My dark... Come here. Come here, Muffy. Come here. Oh. You're such a... This is the greed that we talk about in the Bible. Selfish. Another one. Oh my god. But on God, this is the greed that they talk about in the Bible, and I'm very upset about it. I have a favorite ass. What can I do for you, my love? I'm so upset right now. I don't even want to talk about it. It's just... Did I just get a collateral? What the heck? What the heck? Astral, do you have any flavors that you're just like, ugh, I hate banana? Or, oh my god, I love melon. Like, do you have any flavors that you're like, you really, really love or really, really hate? Arctic Fox, is that what that is? They're so cute. But they won't love me. I love cherry and lemon. Okay, well, do you love lemon lime? Because your Goyle is drinking the lemon lime flavor right now, and it's so good. Oh, you know what? Teabagger. Teabagger is an iced tea plus lemonade flavor. It is so delicious. It's called Teabagger. I know. Gross, yucky. But it's really, really good. So there's that one. And then there's, what else did you just say? Cherry. Ooh, what's a really good cherry flavor? Hold on. Okay, those are just woofies. There's no hydration. There's not a single one? Oh my god, can we talk about how G Fuel added the compound V for the boys? Sorry, I just burped. The day after on stream, we were talking about the compound V flavor. And honest to God, I did not know it was coming back. Honest to God, I did not know that it was coming back. And all of a sudden, sorry, I just chugged a bunch of G Fuel, so I'm burping. And I haven't eaten in a while, so I got like hungry burps. Man, I want to say Power Palette, but I don't think Power Palette's available anymore, and it makes me sad. Sort by. Is there like in stock? Filter. In stock. Oh! The new goat. What's this? It's out of stock. Shut up. thank you for converting your Prime sub to a tier 1 sub. I know that sounds like silly to some people, but that actually really helps me a lot. Also, does that mean that you get the Twitch badge? Does it mean that you get the Twitch badge for the Minecraft? Yes! Yes! Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much. What the hecky? All right, well, Teabagger being out of stock is really homophobic. I'll find another one for you. There's the cherry green apple, which is the ghost face flavor. Oh, right. Well, hey, you know what, Remy? That worked out because now you get all the emotes. Oh, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Okay. Well, that's that one. That's the only cherry that's in stock right now, which is kind of lame. Let me see what's lemon. Lemon lime, yeah. Quirk is really good. So Quirk is the blueberry. Whatever! Oh, that's my girl Midnight. She's the best. She was actually here earlier. The blueberry lemon matcha. It is so good. It's not. You know what? It tastes like. Have you ever seen the show Bridgerton? It tastes like a rich person in the 1800s, eating like their slutty little cakes and their little tea in their little sunroom, and I don't know, it just tastes like that. It's so good. It's really weird, whatever. But yeah. Oh, you know what? The Teabagger collector's box I think is in stock, but it comes with like the shaker too. But that's in stock. But Teabagger's really good. Nikita, I love Bridgerton. Oh my gosh. So it tastes like Benedict. Is he your favorite Bridgerton boy? I think Benedict, yeah. Benedict is nice. Am I in the right scene? Yeah, I'm good. Benedict's nice. Anthony, of course, is great. King Hal. Is that the King Hal? The hottest, the tallest, the most handsomest person in this entire stream? And my favorite person out of everybody here right now? Comment myself. Ew. No, that's not what it said. No. No. But, if I had to pick just one, I would say lemon lime. That's the one I'm drinking right now. Which, I'm sorry, I just dropped my G Fuel on my mouse. It just spun like crazy. But yeah, code Kitten, which is 30% off, because normally I would tell people, like, oh, use a different code if it's a better code, but I think at the moment, code Kitten is the best sale you can get right now. 30% off. But it's the flavor I'm drinking right now, and it's so good. Shut the fudge up, Derpy! What the heck is up, homie? Wait, I gotta get the clouds right. Alright, this is right. Oh my god! Hi, Raiders! Raiders! I'm so upset. I just gave a dog 4 bones, and it didn't fall in love with me. And I'm, like, really, really upset about it. Derpy, how was your stream? What were you doing? What were you getting up to? Also, hi, Icy. Oh my god. Oh, I just realized I closed my chat, so I can't read what people are saying. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. But Nikita, I hope you're doing so good. I love the actor who plays Anthony, but Benedict. Oh my god. I loved it. I love Bridgerton. Welcome back, Icy. Me and Smokey was getting our butts messed up in Ark. I miss playing Ark. I should probably reinstall it. You know what? Because this weekend I'm celebrating my 5-year partner anniversary, right? And maybe I reinstall Ark Raiders and play some Ark Raiders or something, because it has been a very long time. Yeah, it does! King Hell. Oh my god, I swear. Sorry, giant cat hair. I swear there's one time, this is like back in the day, years and years and years ago, it took like 11 bones for me to get a dog to fall in love with me, and I was so sad. Is there really lots of new stuff? So it's been so long that since I've played Ark Raiders that I missed the whole like duck glitch thing, or like the cheat thing that people were doing. So I know you got a bunch of ducks from someone who was like cheating or hacking. Derpy. Did you? Oh my god, Astral, I hope you love it. It is, so, back in my day, when G Fuel was Gamma Labs and they only had 3 flavors, it was Blue Ice, Lemon Lime, and Fruit Punch. And Lemon Lime was my second favorite flavor. It was so good. and they never had it again. Oh, they may have had it like a couple times since then, but I'm drinking it right now, and it is so good. Blue, shut up! My blue eyes, white dragon. Shut up. Yeah. Shut up! That's so funny. Damn it! You're not supposed to be funny. You guys aren't supposed to be funnier than me. Oh, also, Derpy, look what I got. I got Charlie! Oh, I need to put a roof over your head. You just smell like my doggy. Oh, no. Fly for the Sky Dragon. I will pull out my Yu-Gi-Oh cards right now. I got my Egyptian god cards. Don't even start. But thank you so much for the raid. Everyone go follow Derpy. You know what? I would have gotten him. I would have had gotten him. But the wolves didn't love me. Nah, you got... Shut up, Nikita. I'm banning everybody here. No, he wouldn't love me. I think I had 8 bones, and this guy took 4 bones, and the other guy didn't take any bones. Okay, why do you look sad? Okay, do you look sad because you're wet? Because I don't like that. You're gonna make me cry. Rhymy, you're gonna ban you. The next person that's nice to me is gonna get banned. Thank you so much for getting this up to Mended Hornet. What? Mended Hornet, enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What if I just put on shield mode? No way that got auto-modded. You're lucky Kyle's not here. Kyle's my, my trigger-happy banner, badge? Me badge people. I can't believe that got auto-modded. That wasn't even me. That was auto-mod. Oy, jamoy. Yeah, you guys are lucky. You're so lucky. You know, I kind of want to put this right here. So I can, like, whoop, you know what I mean? I was auto-modded once. Shut up! Oh, you guys are so funny. Whatever. I'm gonna keep building my house because I feel really badly my dog's wet. I got the wet dog. Back in my day. Listen. Unk literally says on the bottle, back in my day. Oop, wrong button. Yes, perfect. Oh, I hope Raven sees this. Oh, I need Raven to see this. Oh my god. No, I'm not in creative mode. No. Oh my god. Really? What flavor coffee, King Ho? Oh my god, please. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I, like, didn't even think about doing any of my, like, raid stuff. Everyone go follow Dirtface. Please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babbies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Thank you so much for the raid, homie. I hope you had the best stream ever. Everyone go tell Derpy how hot... Wait, no, do you see this? Look. Everyone go tell Derpy how hot and talented and handsome he is. And I'm really, really grateful for the raid. Seriously, thank you so much. Oh, bye, Icy. Everybody say good night, Icy. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. Cinnamon roll coffee. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That sounds amazing. Thanks. I hate it. Good. Oh, good. Good. Okay, do I want to make it? Yeah, okay. We go up one more. Up. Okay. We need more wood. Alright, well, let's focus on making the roof over my dog's head, because I don't want him to be, like, soggy, you know? We don't want a soggy doggy. What a weird thing to say, Pixel. Shut up, baby, I know it. Alright. And then... Did I just bounce on my bed? What? Did you guys see that? I just bounced down the bed. That was so cute. I didn't know you could do that. It'll be moist time. Shut up. Take a shot every time Pixel tells her chat to shut up. Oh, I can't get back up. Whatever. Oh, this actually works out because then I could do it this way. Upset Raven. Yay, yippee. An enclosed space, because I'm pretty sure spiders can get your home at this point. You don't know me. You don't know that. Whatever. Really? Pixel's treehouse? Oh, see, it stopped raining. See, what you're so dramatic for no reason. I just realized how hungry I am. Yikes. Why did you guys didn't tell me how hungry I was? Alright. What do I want to make my roof of? I feel like I want to do like glass panes, you know? Oh, don't you need sand for glass? Question, can I make glass horizontally over my head? Can I do that? I'm so hungry. IRL too. Life imitates art. Woof. Well, he still looks sad. Why are you sad? Are you hungry, lovely? No, he's not. Charlie? Charlie? You dumb dog. Get over here, you freak. Why did he just, like, run and commit suicide? Is he not happy with me? Hello? Charlie? That's my actual dog's name. I'm waiting for him to come and, like, come up. Charlie? Okay, sit your ass down. Sit down before you fall down. Oh, a lead. Okay. Alright, well, luckily he finally came, but that was really nerve-wracking. This is looking really nice. She's looking really nice. I'm really enjoying this, actually. Yeah, this is really good. I'm almost out of wood. So I'm gonna need more wood. I'm gonna need some glass. Bro, he really just tried to end it. And you know what? I could put some glass right here so he doesn't try to commit suicide again. You make me sad. You make me sad, Charlie. Can't believe you do that. All right, so let me go to sleep. So it's daytime. And then we'll get some grass. I would get so lost in this game. I immediately got lost earlier. I have to sneeze again. Ow. In the game, not IRL. Wait. I heard that. You stinky otter. Oh, come quick. Alright. Oh, hell yeah. So much sugarcane. Bless you. Thank you, Gabby. A trace on Minecraft. Climb up tree, trunks, or walls. They can scale any solid block, including ladders, glass, to prevent this. Create a one-block overhang like slabs or trapdoors. Oh. Really, King Hell? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, King Hell. Hell yeah. Alright, so if I cover up my roof with glass panes, allegedly, I don't know. I don't know if I can do glass panes horizontally, like over my roof of the house. I'm hoping that would protect me from the spiders, but then I'll still be able to see the sky. Because that's the reason I want the tree house, is I like the nature. The nature. You know what I mean? Get over it. Get over here. I need, what's that, Sparks from Spyro the Dragon to come and collect things for me. Ooh! Well. I keep forgetting to have toggle sprint on. Yep. Let me get a shovel. Oh, damn it. An iron shovel. There we go. And roof. Oh, like butter. That's so nice. Because what was I rolling with? Was I doing like a copper shovel or something? Oh, I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze again. I really don't want to. I hate sneezing. Oh, sneezing pisses me off, guys. It was stone? I'm glad at least someone's paying attention, because the sure shite wasn't me. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. This is so much fun. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's already midnight, and I could end stream, and I probably will soon. I'm gonna put all of this, as soon as I clear this top level here of sand, I am going to put them in my schmelters. Ooh, I don't really have much coal. That's fine. I'll put them in whatever schmelters I find. And then, that have coal. And then, if not, I'll just make some charcoal. And then I will get those schmelting, and then I will call it. Nikita, what the hecky? First of all, no you. Second of all, how dare you? Third of all, what? Thank you so much! That's way too kind. That's really, really kind. Cleaned out all the expired food in my pantry today. Oh my god, I love doing that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, also, I hate doing that because I'm just like, fudge. Like, look at all this stuff that, like, went to waste. But it's also, like, really nice to... It's really just nice to see, you know, all the cleared space. Okay, you're way too sweet. Thank you so much for saying that. I forget what I have in there. Yeah. So, actually, I am the same way. And I have what I call ADHD. I've ADHD'd my kitchen to where I've taken off all of, because I can't afford to get like glass panels or glass doors for my cabinets. So I just took off all the doors to my cabinets so that I can always see what's in there. And because if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. Like that's how I am, and it's so unfortunate. Like what is it called? The object permanence, I think is what it's called, or something like that. Where if I don't see it, oh, here we go. If I don't see it, it's completely out of my brain. And so I have ADHD-ified my, what am I doing? There we go. My house. My kitchen, at least. So. It's helped a lot. I'm not gonna lie. Ugh, life has been lifing. Nikita, that really means a lot. I'm sorry that life has been lifing you. I hate that for you. Did I do this sponsored thing right? I hope I did. Yeesh. Oh, I did do it. Okay. Oh, I got nervous because I was just checking something and it said I was supposed to tweet something out. The following preview image features Twitch assets that are replaced by your brand assets, dark servers. Did this tweet something for me? I wonder if it did. If it tweeted something automatically for me? No, it didn't. Was I supposed to tweet that I was live doing this? I don't know. Huh. It's the end of the line. Alright, well, I think I did the sponsorship. I mean, I definitely streamed for an hour. It says completed. And it has a green check mark next to it, so I think I did it all right. I don't know. I guess we'll find out, eh? Well, we are going to, we're going to raid out. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let's find someone to raid. What time is it? 12:13 a.m.? How long are we streaming for? Almost 6 hours! Sheesh! Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I know we're doing something different in the Minecraft. I want to keep doing it. I don't think I'm going to do another stream of it. But it was really nice to do this. So shout out to Twitch for doing the sponsored thing with Minecraft. No, this is so much fun. It's definitely not 6:13. Is it? Is it 6:13 a.m.? Wait, have you just waken up? Have you just woken up, or are you going to bed? This dumpster has just been empty. Makes it very satisfying. Dunk. Oh my god. I love that. I love a good, I guess you could say, spring cleaning, right? Spring, right? I thought you need me. This is what I thought you think me naive. I haven't slept? Oh my god, I was like that for a while. I think it was like a month or so, a couple months, where I was going to bed around noon and then waking up at like 4 or 5. It was probably like, oh, it was miserable. I'm not gonna lie. But I did really enjoy my nighttime hours, to, just like being alone. Just chilling, middle of the night. That was so nice. But now I have like a slightly like decent sleep schedule, where I go to sleep anywhere between like midnight and 2 a.m. and then wake up. I was waking up earlier. Now I'm waking up a little bit later, but now I'm waking up, I don't know, around 10, 11. But I've been going to sleep a little bit later. I've been going to sleep around like 4. Shh. Oh, Ewok! I can't wait to see it. I'm so jealous. I have been getting a really good routine. It's kind of slipped a little bit with this whole, like, the last week with my anxiety and this week with my PTSD. But it's all right. We're still hanging in there. What do you guys think? What do you guys want to do? 1's in chat for Phasmophobia. 2's in chat for DBD. Oh, never mind. We're gonna raid. Sorry, we're gonna raid our Phasmophobia because the other person we're gonna raid has their ending stream scene on. We're gonna raid Shanna. Amazing homie. She is so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. She's lovely. She is a Phasmophobia mostly streamer, but also does a lot of other stuff as well. So yeah, we love Shanna so much. I know we do love Shanna! Also, she is a part of the... What is she part of? What group is it? It's one of the indigenous stream groups. What is it? The Four Directions! That's what it's called. She's part of the Four Directions. And she's in the Women's Guild. And the Pride Guild. I love Shanna so much. She's amazing. And we're gonna send a raid over to her. The Four Directions. Yes! Thank you, Loki! Guys, thank you so much for being here. I had so much fun. And I did not have a good week this week. So, I really appreciate you guys. We're gonna send the raid over to Shanna. Use whatever raid commands or raid emotes you guys have. Loki, thank you so much for posting those. I really appreciate you. Make sure you guys tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Again, Twitch... I know you can't hear me. You know you don't listen, but I just want to say, Twitch, thank you so much for the sponsorship opportunity. And if you guys ever see the sponsorship opportunities, make sure you just accept it right away. Even if you're not sure if you can do it, just accept it right away because it's first come, first serve. So, yippee! No, thank you! Seriously, thank you for the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the biddies, the raids, the ways, the follows, the wallows, the lurkies, the turkeys. I really appreciate you guys from the bottom of my butt because it's bigger than my heart. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving... No, Boo, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Thank you for giving my pet some treats. And I'll see you guys on Friday. Oh, for the 5-year partner anniversary stream. It's going to start on Friday. And then we'll celebrate on Saturday as well. But I'll see you guys... Oh, hi, Bravo. I hope you have such a good night tonight, Bravo. I'll see you guys on Friday. I love you all. Bye-bye. He was in the middle, by the way, above basement. Just waiting for me. Done that yet?